members, before I recognize the Honorable Attorney General Vincent Byron Jr., allow me to thank the Deputy Speaker, Dr. Bernice Nisbet, for taking charge of this morning's proceedings. I now recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lend my support to the honorable mover of the Appropriation 2021 Bill 2020. Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris, Parliamentary Representative for Constituency number 7, would have addressed this Parliament on the estimated revenue and expenditure that this government expects to realize in 2021. He would have given an overview of the various programs and work plans of the Team Unity Administration for the upcoming year, some 6 days ago at the St. Kitts Marriott Resort. As you know, we are convened there under the special circumstances occasioned by COVID-19 to allow for members and invited guests, albeit a limited number given the constraints of physical distancing and made up primarily of diplomats and senior public servants, to hear him. The Prime Minister's address followed the tabling of financial documents required by law to do so, and the second reading of the bill, and began the budget debate that has ensued since then, with the ministers of his cabinet reporting to the nation on their individual portfolios. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is the turn of the Office of the Attorney General and the Minister responsible for Justice and Legal Affairs, yours truly, to report to this Honorable House. And I do so in relation to the various subject matters that fall under those portfolios, as well as the 2 committees assigned to me by the Honorable Prime Minister. One as Chairman or Co-Chair of the National Disaster Mitigation Council, which oversees the National Task Force in response to COVID-19 pandemic, and as the Chairman of the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee. And I will also make mention of 1 or 2 other matters, if time permits, that as Attorney General I have been tasked. As Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs, Subject 04 in the budget estimates, we are responsible for support for judicial institutions and legal services that will function in an enabling legal framework, ensuring a transparent, fair, and equitable system of justice, which gives to our citizens a measure of stability and security while promoting democracy and the rule of law. We superintend the High Court and Magistrates' Courts, the Law Commission, the Land Registry, the Intellectual Property Office, and the Legal Aid and Advice Center. In accordance with Section 64 of the Constitution, the Attorney General is the principal legal advisor of the government of St. Christopher and Nevis. Such functions as outlined in the Attorney General's Act include ensuring that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with the Constitution and the law, supervising all matters connected with the administration of justice, advising on the legislative agenda, and generally advising the government on all matters of law referred to the Attorney General's chambers, advising the government on all matters of a legislative nature, and superintending all government measures, advising the permanent secretaries, departmental heads, and directors of the ministries on all matters of law affecting such ministries, departments, and the government as a whole, conducting and regulating all litigation for and against the Crown and any government, ministry, and department, and performing such other functions as may be assigned by the Governor-General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. As such, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Attorney General provides significant support to the government in the form of advice and legal representation in all matters where the Crown is concerned. Importantly, its pivotal responsibility for drafting all legislations that goes to Parliament from the executive branch creates a major impact for the law and order mandate of the government. In its present configuration, the Office of the Attorney General also provides administrative support for the independent functioning of both the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Electoral Office. These two functions, respectively, are critical to the impartial dispensation of justice and the maintenance of the Federation's robust democratic tradition. Mr. Speaker, I would want to highlight or turn to budget highlights as were laid out by the Honorable Minister of Finance last week. Mr. Speaker, the appropriation bill before the House and the schedule incorporated in it shows total estimates of expenditure for the year 2021 to be $867,919,842. This is made up of the total revenue, total recurrent expenditure, plus capital expenditure and net lending, and charges on the consolidated fund, equaling the sum of $770,136,053. And added to that is the total provided by law to be $97,783,789. And I should just quickly, Mr. Speaker, allude to what is some of those items, expenses that are provided by law. And this would be for the Governor General, $157,219, which includes such things as his salary, the Governor General's salary, duty allowance, allowance in lieu of exemption from custom duty, etc. Also, it speaks to the head of audit and the director of audit salary, plus Social Security contributions, which are just under $100,000 or $99,470. It It also refers to the head of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and speaks to proportionate expenses of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court as have been identified from information that was obtained from the Registrar's Office. And this head fundamentally is $1,397,100. Also, the Ministry or the Office of the Attorney General has a head here, and this looks to the salary of the Director of Public Prosecutions and his Social Security contributions, plus some set aside for the Electoral Office. As we mentioned earlier, the independent function of both the Director of Public Prosecution and the Electoral Office, and these provided for by law are sum of $987,397. Of course, there are such things as the Office of the Prime Minister, Service Commissions, all the allowances provided by law. The Ministry of Finance has some $95,107,103, and the largest item there will be retiring benefits. Benefits for retirees, their interest payments and exchange, loan repayment, etc. But the total expenses provided by law are $97,783,789. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that added to that significant sum, or those two significant sums, that the balance of the total estimates is made up of the total capital expenditure that we estimate will be used in 2021, and this is in the sum of $192,695,423. Mr. Speaker, this is an increase of some 19 million plus, or 2.2% over the estimates of total expenditure made for this year that is now coming to an end. In other words, the budget that we are dealing with, COVID budget, has an expenditure of some 2.2% more than what was budgeted for a year ago for 2020. The estimated recurrent expenditure has an increase of some 3.4% over last year, while capital expenditure is about 0.6% more than last year, more than the current expenditure for this year. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, that the current year estimates, as we build our projects and programs, as we stimulate the economy and continue to improve the lives of our citizens, those who are doing well and those who are vulnerable. This appropriation bill currently before the House allocates a sum of $9,786,179 to the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, or some $1,538,979, or 13.6% less than that budgeted last year for this year. So the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs takes a decrease in the amounts allocated in this very critical year in which we operate, COVID. And we note that the sum of $12,646,840 to the Office of the Attorney General. Similarly, this has a decrease of some $1,272,745, or 9.1% less than the amount that had been estimated for the current year. So that the two portfolio heads which we oversee, which we superintend, we have been placed in a situation where we have to make do with a decrease in the amounts allocated given the very difficult times in terms of revenue that we are in. Mr. Speaker, the financial estimates over the past 5 years are very instructive, for they have been put into operation for the most part, and they have showed an excellent performance by the Team Unity administration, and by extension, our country, by any measure. I know that there are some who cannot, will not come to terms with this reality, and they will do anything. They will say anything. They have been saying anything to throw cold water on that, as we say, to upend the apple cart. But we say that they will fail, because the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, whether you are supporters of the Labour Party, NRP, CCM, PLP, PAM, Unity, all unity, they know the truth. They feel it where it matters. They have known the truth over the last 5 years about double salary, holiday pay bonus. They know then, and they still know now, of the $500 poverty alleviation payment. Hurricane roof repairs to the homes. They know, they see the lines, the traffic jams, the excitement that comes with VAT-free days, like last Friday and Saturday. They feel the excitement, but they also understand COVID. Mr. Speaker, it has been a most moving experience to see 2020 unfold. For this budget cycle is in an unparalleled season of global economic uncertainty, and it is imperative for us to respond in a manner that will ensure that we continue to exhibit the excellent stewardship in public affairs that we have delivered, and what the people of St. Kitts and Nevis have come to expect of us, of this Team Unity administration over the past 5 years. As we have done in the past, we are committed to work to bolster the social and economic well-being of our people into 2021 and beyond. And Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, this budget address of the Honorable Prime Minister and debate that has ensued comes during a year, a COVID year, in which the Team Unity movement has had a resounding victory at the polls on June the 5th, defeating the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party and the NRP in a convincing manner, in an unprecedented way. Each of the partners in Unity did exceptionally well. In Central, Constituency number 2, PAM beat the Labour Party and took back the Central Bastia after 25 years. That is a significant achievement. In Constituency number 3, West Bastia, the PLP beat Labour bad. Labour had never lost that seat since universal adult suffrage was introduced in our country in 1952. 68 years ago. And in Nevis, CCM. What can we say?
Oh, yes.
They win all 3 seats.
Oh, yes.
There for the first time ever. Unity did it this year in the midst of all the tension of COVID. A resounding victory and a job well done. Mr. Speaker, this past year has been a challenging one, filled with interesting experiences and new learning as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has affected every part of this world, and indeed the Federation of St. Louis and Nevis is no exception. Mr. Speaker, as this government seeks to revitalize the economy and all sectors and industries in the country, we will continue to promote transparency, accountability, equity, good governance, and compliance with the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, our response to the pandemic has and will continue to be based on the rule of law and the advancement of peace, order, good government, and justice in the Federation. Mr. Speaker, I want at this point in time to speak a little bit about the response to the COVID-19 pandemic that has engulfed us. In early January, it became evident that this virus that started in Wuhan, China, was making its way around the globe. Prime Minister Harris and the Team Unity administration was alerted by our health professionals and by NEMA, the National Emergency Management Agency, and the National Disaster Mitigation Council was mobilized. We did not wait until it was declared a pandemic to begin our preparations. We began a robust national education program for all levels of healthcare workers, citizens and residents, so that they could be aware of the new viral disease, COVID-19. The World Health Organization, WHO, declared COVID-19 a pandemic in March 11th, 2020. But, Mr. Speaker, we were not caught flat-footed like many other countries had been. We followed the science and the advice of the WHO. Mr. Speaker, we, and when I say we, I'm speaking about those of us who sat in the National Disaster Mitigation Council that oversees and works with NEMA, an intergovernmental, interdepartmental, interministerial council across government, the whole of government, that is divided into 10 different committees. A council that is set up, and we normally hear about primarily at the time of hurricanes, when hurricanes are coming, shelters being prepared, the public works, utilities, a whole range of public service as well as private sector interdependent groups who meet to ensure that we in St. Kitts and Nevis prepare and are ready to take on any disaster. And so the National Disaster Mitigation Council, working with NEMA and with our health experts, mobilized. We mobilized. We began a robust, as I said, education program, and we had not been caught flat-footed. We developed a national strategic preparedness and response plan for COVID-19 with the aim to do 4 things, Mr. Speaker. 1, to slow and stop transmission of this disease. 2, to prevent outbreaks and delay spread of the disease. 3, provide optimized care for all patients, especially the seriously ill. And 4, minimize the impact of the epidemic on health systems, social services, and economic activity. Our approach, Mr. Speaker, has been one of a whole of society approach. There has been coordination to support preparedness and response, including the health, transport, travel, trade, finance, security, and other sectors. We attempted to sensitize the public to their active role in the response and stress personal responsibility in this fight. We enhance our hospital and community preparedness plans to ensure that space, staffing, and supplies are adequate for a surge in patient care needs. We continue to assess where we were and the effectiveness of what we had accomplished and use that information to plan future preparedness and response activities. And Mr. Speaker, we are continually monitoring the markets for new approved products to add in the fight, to aid in the fight, be it laboratory, diagnostics, therapeutics, and or vaccines. And the Team Unity administration injected some $16 million into our healthcare system to bring us to such a state of readiness for this war against COVID-19. And this was done, utilized in a number of different ways. You would have heard, Mr. Speaker, that on the 17th of March this year, the Health Emergency Operating Center, HEOC 2020, was mobilized, activated, and located at the Joseph N. Farnes Hospital Conference Room and the Ministry of Health Conference Room, where our team met on a regular basis, virtually or in person, to address the crisis. I say virtually, Mr. Speaker, because it's a word that we hear very often nowadays. And from time to time I'll come back to it, and at some point I will try to get into it. But what it meant is that the Chief Medical Officer who chairs this Health Emergency Operating Center, the Medical Officer of Health in Nevis, I should call their names Dr. Laws in St. Kitts, in Nevis, Dr. Judy Nisbet, other medical fraternity would meet daily, every morning. There was this constant exchange of ideas, working, and information across the Federation as our health professionals got mobilized. Key to this as well would have been the medical chief of staff of the Joseph N. Farnes General Hospital. And very early, Mr. Speaker, we started with continuing medical education for all levels of staff with COVID-19. We took this education activity across the Federation to every school, major businesses, nursing care institutions, and prison. We were keen to ensure that everyone in St. Kitts and Nevis was aware of what was happening with COVID. Our knowledge of COVID didn't just happen so. It was strategically dealt with, and we worked very hard to ensure that the populace got to know about it. Our team had a virtual conference, a conference by Zoom, with Chi Mai Center, Taiwan. That's a 17,000-bed institution with a 100-bed ICU, where we shared ideas of best practices with the management of COVID-19 patient and health institution preparedness. We prepared an infection prevention and control guidance manual that informed healthcare persons at the institution with protocols in dealing with every aspect of the COVID-19 patients, included after death. A helpline was set up. You dial 311 to address the public concerns, and this was operational 24/7. We had volunteers. People volunteered to come and work through the night. People who had their jobs would come and put in a 6-hour shift, an 8-hour shift, and they worked very, very diligently. And we have all of us, all these people, a debt of gratitude, and all those who worked in the system. In the early days of the pandemic, this happened when not much was known about the virus, and there was widespread panic. We attempted, Mr. Speaker, to keep the public informed with regular public service announcements, press conferences, and filming interviews with the government's SKNIS And everybody in St. Nevis must recall those daily briefings at NIAC. Every afternoon there was a meeting. Some 58 of them. Some 58 of them. And I could say that I attended that much at 49, but we made sure that the public was made aware of what was happening at every move. We made structural changes to the emergency room at our main hospital and other physically separating the treatment section for patients with flu-like illnesses from those with other medical emergencies. We augmented the physician staff in the emergency room by adding 7 extra doctors to the usual team of 9. We placed a hold on elective surgeries, meaning no routine operations in general surgery, orthopedics, plastic, gynecology, etc., so that every doctor can have had a laser eye focus on fighting this pandemic in the early stages. We augmented our staff with help from outside. Lest we forget 30 specialist nurses and 4 critical care specialists. Doctors were brought into the Federation from Cuba. 25 of those nurses are deployed in St. Kitts, along with 3 of the critical care specialists. The others were deployed to Nevis. They are all still here. We are not taking any chance with this COVID. The Joseph N. France Hospital was identified as the institution that would house patients with COVID-19. And the private ward with 50 single rooms is the ward being used with a plan to command more of the hospital if needed. Other institutions, Mary Charles and Paxton Hospital, were also placed in a state of preparedness. And it could go on and on, Mr. Speaker, with the preparations that were done. Supplies and equipment, ventilators. We have done over 30 in our country. Infrared thermometers, PPEs, and we had this PPE, some sort of protective gear, personal protective equipment, where your clothes so to protect those workers who are on the front line. Nebulizers, portable X-ray machines, defibrillators, and we even had 2 new ambulances, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, our first imported case arrived on a plane in 25th March 2020, but we were prepared. We were ready. During the year, we have continued our robust testing, isolation and quarantine program. We ensured that all who needed to be tested were tested using the gold standard PCR test, and isolated all positive patients and quarantined anyone with a potential exposure. Mr. Speaker, we did not hesitate. When we had our first case, we closed our borders in a timely manner on March 25th to curb the number of cases being imported, and successfully flattened our curve and prevented an overwhelming of our health system. We imposed a nation lockdown to contain the virus and was one of the few nations to avoid community spread to date. The National Emergency Operating Center was activated to coordinate the national response required using a multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder approach. We successfully held, and this is critical, constitutionally due elections during this period, ensuring every citizen exercised their right to vote while abiding by COVID-19 protocols to prevent spread. And then we slowly reopened our country internally to begin generating economic activity while we continued our fight against the virus. And then we saw a wider reopening of our borders on October 31st, after significant changes were made to the airports, RLB and Vansemary airports. I've said this, I've given this detailed outline, Mr. Speaker, to show that this government, this team unity government, has taken this COVID COVID-19 pandemic with the utmost seriousness. And so all of this year, everyone in St. Kitts and Nevis, all Christian divisions, no matter where you are in this world, must be proud of our country, because we have successfully contained this COVID-19. It is not a small thing, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue fighting to protect our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have seen success at containing this virus with the prescription of the non-pharmaceuticals, that is, social and physical distancing. Don't get too close to everybody. No mass gatherings, wearing masks, hand sanitizing, and proper cough etiquette. We have had no major hospitalizations. And as yet, we have had no deaths in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have been able to hold strain until a vaccine arrives. There are now 2 vaccines with over 90% efficacy. And this is not the time for us to drop our guard. We got to hold strain. Our people must know, and they get it, that it is only for a time. This too will pass. And those of us who want to go on a rampage, take it easy. Take it easy. It too will pass. We are a model for the rest of the world. And we need to be proud, each and every one of us, that this is how we do it. We have positioned ourselves by signing on to the COVAX facility, which will ensure that we will receive the vaccine when it's available globally. We all have had to make personal sacrifices in this successful fight thus far against this deadly virus. And for the first time in our lifetime, we have to be conscious that the decisions made by each and every one of us can affect each and every one of us negatively or positively. Mr. Speaker, our response to the pandemic has been a strategically inclusive one. In that regard, we have sought to engage key stakeholders in every consultation, and they have been empowered to lend their voices to the process of decision-making, policy formulation, and the enactment of timely and relevant legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Powers Proclamation and Emergency Powers COVID-19 Regulations 2020 were the first laws enacted to specifically seek to control and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And in that vein, on the advice of the Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency the Governor General declared a state of emergency from Saturday 28th March 2020 in light of the imminent threat posed by the rapid and potentially deadly spread of novel coronavirus on a global scale. Mr. Speaker, since then, we have passed into law 16 iterations of the COVID-19 regulations. There have been 16 publications of new regulations since that day on March 28th. Each of them have sought to balance the varying levels of restrictions and freedoms. The legal framework for COVID-19 includes various protocols and provisions to effectively manage the crisis, protect the vulnerable, and promote sustainable recovery. Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 number 16 regulations, SRNO number 47 of 2020, is the current law regulating the response to and management of the pandemic, and is intended to have effect up until midnight on Thursday, 31st December 2020. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, our emergency restrictions, including curfews and lockdowns, were firmly anchored in the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, the legality of the emergency actions that were taken by the government to seek to protect the people of this country have been challenged in the courts of law and have been found to be reasonable. or appropriate. These actions, Mr. Speaker, mirror those of the international community, and they were necessary, although they were inconvenient or unconventional to some. In the face of the threat of this health crisis, Mr. Speaker, there were curfews and lockdowns implemented all over the world. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the necessity for addressing the various concerns that arose out of the pandemic would have obviously demanded considerable legislative focus this year, both for primary and subsidiary legislation. Consequently, we have seen the tabling and debate of a resolution to extend the state of emergency that would initially have been declared in March of this year. And you recall that that initial declaration of a state of emergency by His Excellency on the 28th of March would have gone for a maximum of 21 days. And then we would have had to come to this Parliament. And we came to Parliament in April, early in April, and we passed a resolution. And it's a very important period, Mr. Speaker, because some wanted to know, are you going to do it for 12 months? Why you need 12 months? Why you need a state of emergency? Huh? We said, okay, you don't want 12 months? Let's do it for 6 months. And we passed a resolution for 6 months. And I'll speak to it further, because there has been back and forth on this. There's back and forth, Mr. Speaker. And it's something for us to understand what we have been having to do as a government of national unity. Mr. Speaker, based on the advice of the CMO and her team, the Cabinet took the bold decision to curtail operations in March for several weeks. We locked down. People had to line up to go to supermarkets. We zoned them. We forget. But these are very critical things that we had to do to be able to have people change their behaviors, to wear masks. During this period, some persons within the Ministry of the Attorney General, Justice and Legal Affairs operated from home. The resumption of face-to-face work in April saw some staff working on a shift system to avoid overcrowding of offices in compliance with COVID-19 regulations. In terms of the way forward, Mr. Speaker, you may well recall that on the 17th of November, just a few weeks ago, this Parliament passed into law the COVID-19 Prevention and Control Act. Mr. Speaker, in that sitting of Parliament, it became incumbent upon us to bring before the Honourable House critical legislation on the prevention and control of the COVID-19 coronavirus. The law has been passed, and we await the order of the Minister to activate it once the state of emergency and the regulations that stand expire on Thursday next week. But the COVID-19 Act would then take effect. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that if by any chance there's any serious outbreak in our country, we have the option to go back to the state of emergency. We have that option. It has stood us well all year to have had that state of emergency in place. It has stood us well to be able to have these regulations, emergency power regulations, that have come out to support our response to the COVID-19. And we cannot take it for granted. We cannot drop our guard. This thing is not over. And we have to be vigilant, each and every one of us. We are all our brother's keeper in this matter. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that the Act, the coronavirus, the COVID-19 Act, will provide for an appropriate, sound and valid framework as we continue to seek to protect the people in this federation from this disruptive and potentially deadly virus. Mr. Speaker, most of us are only too painfully aware of what the world statistics look like. In our own way, here we have not been immune to the incursion of this tsunami-like threat. which has had a phenomenal effect on our economies, on our businesses, on travel, and our way of life. People want to go strip every night. They want carnival. But we got to be careful. Just this weekend, in England, they're locking down because we have now found a new strain of this deadly virus. And it's spreading faster than the one before. We just opened up to British Airways on Saturday. One plane come. And when that one plane come, we hear in England, Belgium's locked them out, Netherlands locked them out, France locked out English, Germany locked them out, Canada not taking any planes. What do? We have to be careful. Very, very careful in protecting our people. It is not over. We cannot take it for granted. We have to be careful. And we'll talk about how we will modify our regulations as we go forward. I cannot tire, Mr. Speaker, in commending the members of the COVID task force, which I've had the honor to oversee, along with Senator Phipps, and the exemplary manner in which they have conducted their onerous duties. The task force has given St. Kitts and Nevis the enviable record of 0 fatalities, nobody dead, from this devastating global pandemic that has ravaged the populations of the developed world. To achieve this highly commendable statistic, they have had to withstand the pressures of various stakeholders, various shareholders, who should know better, who have insisted on opening our borders prematurely to an influx of persons from coronavirus hotspots. Open the borders. Open the borders, we're closing them for. Let the planes come. If we were left to the members opposite, our borders would have been flung wide open long ago. Mr. Speaker, it gives me goosebumps to say it, even now. The members opposite have waged a totally irresponsible campaign to open our borders. If they had their way, perhaps our tiny population would have imploded under the weight of their sheer stupidity and crass self-interest. Imagine, the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party objected to the state of emergency and went as far as to file legal proceedings to have the emergency measures declared unconstitutional. They never want no protocols. They don't want the state of emergency, no control. All them who sick come. All of us get sick. And let it get away in our country. I couldn't believe this. So that they could open our borders to an influx of persons from coronavirus hotspots. It is mind-boggling, Mr. Speaker. And thank God for the leadership of Prime Minister Harris and Team Unity's vision and commitment to our country. This business is not just a matter about being in power to bring lunatic billionaires to go help here. It's not just to get your hands on the country's resources and squander them on your cronies and yourselves. We have a responsibility to a high level of commitment and competence in our country. One shudders to think what might have been if the people of this country did not see the danger of the members opposite and gave Team Unity a resounding victory on the 5th of June. And let me remind you what it was. They kept meeting time and time. We want big planes from New York, from Brooklyn, where people in body bags on hospital floor. People sick. Oh, we want people come to vote. No quarantine. Let them fly in. Stand up in the line with all those who here, who protected. Imagine how many of us would have gotten sick if that had happened. And you know what the word is? Somehow it is unity bring COVID here to make labor weight lose. Huh? Huh? In 2015, Timothy Harris talked to the President of the United States to hold back a plane. The plane come 9 o'clock at night, too late. Some was to go all road, some was to go number one, and so they lose. Unity good. In 2020, Timothy Harris must be talked to the President of China to bring COVID here. And so we locked down, so no plane could come. In 2025, it might well be Russia who Team Unity get up with to do something like that. Huh? What's going on? They so want to be in power that they don't want to protect our people. Don't want to protect our people. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party went to court and they filed a case to say that the state of emergency and emergency powers, what they said? That they were discriminatory to the St. Nevis Labour Party. They actually said that, Mr. Speaker. And all I could say is that those people don't believe in country above self. They were prepared to have the virus flood us so that people come in and flames to vote, coming from hotspots. And because that didn't happen, somehow Unity do something wrong to make them lose the election. I don't understand it. And we should never forget that. Never forget that. Mr. Speaker, I should add to that, that in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, our country was faced with the constitutional mandate to hold general elections with a very clear mandate. Couldn't get away from it. Once the election is held, 2015, and the first sitting of the parliament, you have 5 years to the day to dissolve the next parliament, or it automatically dissolves. So by the 14th, 15th of May, 2020, the parliament would automatically dissolve. The Constitution goes on to say that once it dissolves, you have 90 days within which to call that election. So by August the 10th, we have to have elections. And you're hearing all sort of confusion. Oh, Unity here won the election, Harris don't want the election. He won't put it off to 2021. We're using COVID. Nobody got COVID here. Elections ain't going to be till next year. No. We have this state of emergency resolution in Parliament. We said 12 months. So, see there. The one is state of emergency till next year. So no elections this year again. No elections this year again. So, okay, that's what you say. Let's say 6 months then. They get quiet. They ain't said nothing. But they still go on court about the state of emergency. If it's 9 August, so election in August. So when elections in the 5th of June, say, oh, Lord, we ain't ready yet. No, we ain't ready now. August. But we had this constitutional mandate. And within the law, elections were held very clearly. Parliament will dissolve on the 14th of May, automatically. Elections must be held by the 10th of August, 90 days after the dissolution. But there's COVID and the state of emergency. Parliament had already extended the state of emergency for 6 months. And we call the elections. Nomination day the 27th of May. And then you hear all sorts of things. All sorts of things. Every day we go in New York, briefings. But people suddenly understand what virtual means. Can you have a public meeting? Can you have a public meeting with mass people getting up and mixing up with each other, shouting in each other's face, potential to spread COVID? And so the regulations were that you can't have mass gatherings, public gatherings. Straightforward. The Labour Party start to have virtual meetings properly from your basement. You could do so. We see Joe Biden doing the same thing in the States. Having election meetings from your basement and putting it out on the internet, spreading it. And you need to do the same thing too. Only that we are more clever and more innovative. We have young people in the creative and cultural industry who come up and they put on shows at the Marriott. And that is the basis by which we have this wonderful new ministry of entertainment and entrepreneurship. The creativity, the adaptation to the situation. And Labour couldn't keep up with it. They cry foul. They cry foul. And so, Mr. Speaker, 3 times they got to court within that week before the election day. 3 times on nomination day. The file must be 400 pages of a case. The state of emergency is unconstitutional and the thing. And they give you 24 hours to go to court to handle it. 24 hours. Next week, another file, 2 more cases filed. In country number 4, they want to put on 184 people on the list. We got them. Put on 184 people on the list. You know what I mean? Trying things. Then the guy in Nevis, Constitution number 9. What's his name? Daly. He gets somebody else to come on the file. They want to join the boundaries case. They want to change the boundaries. They want Douglas boundaries the day before the election. Imagine that. So the Thursday before the Friday of election day, the one got a case and said the boundaries should go. Desperation. And Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of historical record that Labour lost badly. And NRP lose was. They're over there, we're over here. And Mr. Speaker, they can't take it, they couldn't take it. They went to court, filed some 6, 7 election petitions. And they messed them up all badly and had to withdraw all of them. Did not know what they were doing and messed them up big time. And my friend, colleague from number 8, Gene Hamilton, they withdraw from that. And 6 months later, you know, Mr. Speaker, the guy who he beat badly twice, not once but twice, can't take it. He has filed 2 summonses against Gene Hamilton, you know. 2 summonses in the magistrate's court. Not election petition. 2 summonses. And you know what he did that for, Mr. Speaker? Because Gene Hamilton is busy out there giving out care packages for COVID. He going to give them COVID packages. And they said Gene bribing people to vote for him. So all them thousands that the boss are giving out on SK and Gen, they're in bribery. All them pictures you see with the right honorable member opposite going visiting people with bag, they're in bribery. But Gene Hamilton giving out care packages, he bribing people to vote for him. You didn't have any care packages in 2015 and you beat him. Yes. You give out all the people care packages in 2020 and you beat him again. And what you say, you're going to come again and beat him again the next time? Yes. Are you talking to me about retirement earlier? I don't know. I don't know. You know? but the whole thing is a joke. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I can't let this one slide. The lead counsel who has been leading them for all these years, the esteemed senior counsel from Dominica, Tony Asafan, is currently representing the Prime Minister of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerritt, before the CCJ. Because somebody in Dominica decided, having laws like them here, that they're going to summon him for the same thing in magistrate's court. And Asafan is arguing that he can't understand how you could find a summons outside of the election petition. That is unconstitutional. They lead counsel. Oh, but has been for a number of years. Anyway, it's before the court, Mr. Speaker, and it might be inappropriate for me to say more than I have said. Okay? But just to say that we have had those 3 cases hanging over our heads. Any one of them could have seen unity lose. Any one of them. But unity prevailed, and beat them worse than before. Give them a whipping. A whooping. How do you say whooping? Whipping? They lose bad. COVID, and the elections went down, and they lost. Terribly. Can I imagine that? I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I say to my colleagues and all of those who support unity, that the Team Unity administration, the movement, owes a debt of gratitude to our legal team of Douglas Mendes, Senior Counsel, and Christopher Hamill-Smith, SC, and their chambers in Trinidad and Barbados. These 2 gentlemen, first in 2015, I know I said 2015, I gotta remind everybody, they were the ones who put a hole in Douglas and the nonsense to try to sneak through boundary changes. January the 16th, 2015, 4:30 in the afternoon. And they blocked them. Went all the way to the Privy Council. They come back again in 2020. And when they thought they tried a smartness, a quick under the table.
Can you make a proclamation and put it in your drawer?
Labordog.com, You understand? But Douglas Mendes and Chris Hamill-Smith have been with us since 2013, Mr. Speaker. Gene Hamilton, member for number 8, Gene Hamilton, would remember speaking to Douglas Mendes. It was on March 2013. 23rd of March 2013. When we filed a case in the motion of no confidence. 26 months, Douglas and his team would not table a motion of no confidence in this parliament. Coming talking about deception, calling about deception and corruption and all them type of stuff. Those days done with in this parliament, done with. Unity has brought a new day. The promise of unity, Mr. Speaker. We campaigned on a platform to build an economic platform which will give all our citizens a higher standard of living, a better quality of life, whether it be low prices for food and basic elements of life. We do that, removal of that from food, medical expenses, funeral expenses, we did all of that. Low food and basic elements of life. We also complained against the total disregard for our Constitution and the refusal to uphold and be guided by the tenets of good governance that the previous Denzel Douglas-led administration had been bent on following. And the people, and the people of our country have been resounding support for Team Unity, voting for us and return us back here. I remember before 2015, 5 of us over there. After 2015, we over here. How much? 9? You get out. And now we have gone even further. It was just the other day, 2 weeks ago, the chairman of Labour at the conference at Frigate Bay was talking what? Labour may be dead, but they are buried. Oh, you didn't know that? That's what they were saying? That was said, is what is published. It's published. Labour may be dead, but not yet buried. Well, that's a matter of opinion. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on and on, but it's important. Year of COVID, serious matter, Mr. Speaker. Our government has prevailed. We have been laser focused on protecting the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. We have been very careful. When other people were opening up, we were very cautious. Our restrictions, people understood. And we are all happy because we put a ring fence around St. Kitts and gradually opened up and opened internally. So we could have economic activity within St. Kitts. But we knew at some point we'd have to start opening up gradually to the outside world. But it brought a risk. It brought a risk with it. And we have been seeing that. And because we have had this wonderful team of medical experts, have been managing, screening, and when they come, we catch them and we isolate them. We continue to mitigate, to restrain the spread, and we can only give them support. And all of us must do our part. All of those of us who want to go jam in, Juve, take it easy. Take it easy. It's only for time. We can get there. We need to follow Lala's advice. Have carnival at home. Put a speaker in a corner and a cooler in another one. That's what we do. Take your time. Small acts release 1, 2, you know. Stay where you be. All those who think they could come here to jam and so on, stay where you be. If you're coming from hotspot, stay where you be. Our people here need to be protected, and we'll do what we have to do to protect them. Mr. Speaker, I want to very quickly move on to speak to my ministry because I spent quite a bit of time laying out the environment in which this government has had to deal with for this year. And Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to get the highest commendation. The Honorable Timothy Harris has led us with distinction, with the enormous support from his team in protecting the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are now here in this budgetary cycle to talk about budget as we're going forward. Our budget, Jane, for next year ain't step back, you know. It gone up, albeit a small amount, 2%. We're spending more in our economy. $192 million for capital projects to give people work, construction work, other type of work, so that the economy could keep moving, that people could have economic activity and find work and can live. The government will help when it has to help, but we must look for work. Work can be there. Work can be there for us to look after ourselves and our families and our children. Mr. Speaker, I want to start on my ministries, the ministries for which I superintend, by talking about a couple of capital projects. And I want to announce to this honorable House, this honorable Parliament, and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, the completion of the annex at the Sir Lee Llewellyn Moore Judicial Complex, Judicial Legal Service Complex. And I encourage each of you to drive across East Independence Square by the courthouse, and you will be pleasantly surprised. You'll be more than pleasantly surprised. You'll be excited to see a new edifice, like if it's like a phoenix coming out of the ground, that look like the courthouse building. Over this year, COVID year, contractor Bertil O'Dane, BC O'Dane and Associates, have constructed a state-of-the-art building to complement the courthouse that has been there for over the last 25 years, 25 years. And this building, where the old electoral building was, that was flattened, it has gone up in the air and has gone back over the parking lot, the garage. And the building houses 3 key functions for the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. It has, on the ground floor, as you enter, with security, well positioned, using all the means of technology, a 3rd magistrate court chamber for District A. A 3rd magistrate court chamber for District A. So in addition to the 2 in the main building, here becomes a 3rd one. It's a smaller chamber, but is ideal for in-camera hearings. And by saying in-camera, no gallery. So when you have to have juveniles on trial, they go there, you can't have the public come in and look in. And so therefore in-camera hearings. They will look for maintenance court. And it will also be able to be a traffic court. It is going to enhance the work of the magistracy, the summary court, and will continue to have better scheduling to allow us, as we have this COVID period, to put on more cases. What it also does, Mr. Speaker, it allows the magistrates to better schedule matters so that for the first time in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have the situation where we will now have a night court. We will have 3 days a week coming early next year, matters scheduled in the evenings, a night court that allows people who normally have to get off from work and stand in the square half the day, who can't turn up to court, sometimes, witnesses, that certain types of matters will be scheduled in the evening. We're not clear on the hours yet. One recommendation between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. But 3 nights a week, we will be introducing a night court into St. Kitts and Nevis. Well, into St. Kitts in the first instance, at District A Magistrates Court. It is something exciting for us in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and would help us to continue to reduce the backlogs of cases, the time you have to wait to get before the court. It helps us with access to justice. Access to justice. You want your day in court, you get it quicker. And there are other reasons why that is happening. Because we are doing a number of things in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. Also in that building, Mr. Speaker, we will establish or have established a mediation center. And what's a mediation center? For the last few years, the High Court in civil matters from time to time would assign parties to go to mediation. Court-connected mediation. No judge, no legal bearing, no thing, but you could sit down and talk to settle the matter without having the court getting involved. And of course, if you can do that, you could save money. Matters that could take a year, 2 years, could be settled in half an hour. Matters that allow, you might not get everything you want, but it's a means of an alternative dispute resolution. So the time is shortened, the costs are done, and it allows you to maintain good community relations. Mediation Center. We have been training people over the last year, and we have in excess of 25 trained mediators right now by the court. Over the next few weeks, we'll be training even more. And so, if you have a construction dispute, you could find somebody with that type of qualification who could sit down and meet with you. He ain't a judge, but could help you all to facilitate parties to come to an agreement to settle their dispute. So that mediation center is one that is of excitement because just on November the 6th, Her Excellency, the Chief Justice, Dame Janice Pereira, has issued new practice directions to help to streamline the way in which court-connected mediation can assist the civil matters of our court to help the whole process of resolving it. The third function that building would have is the establishment of a brand new law library. A law library right in the heart of Bastia. Those of us who are old enough to remember when the public library used to be above the courthouse, the old wooden building. Had been there for decades and decades until that building was burned down. We wouldn't say who burned it down, but it was burned down. We lost the library. We lost a lot of court records. But we now build a new law library in this new edifice. A wonderful edifice, beautiful edifice. And I invite the public to go there. The library would be open to practitioners, lawyers, they're using it. It'd be open to litigants in person. So if you're one lawyer and you want to carry your own case court, you could go and pat around and look up for the books that help you, if you know how to read them and get assistance. Students at the CFBC, or if you're doing overseas subjects in law, you can also go there. And the general public can also go there too. We have gotten some over 364 books from Impacts Justice, from the assistance of Professor Velma Newton at Kville, who has been able to source his books and have been paid for 64,000 Canadian dollars. Specialist law books and a wide range of matters have been selected. And it now gives us the basis for solid support to our legal fraternity. It is a major project, it's an exciting one. And all of this in the middle of COVID. With COVID going on, we have still been able to deliver this law library right here in Bastia, down Street Bastia. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention another capital project that is ongoing. And that is, last December, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis would have purchased the old CNC building, or Back and Kelly building on George Street. That property that goes from George Street to the Bay Road was purchased, Mr. Speaker. And in that building, you'll find that there is going to be a major renovations going on. It will house ultimately five departments under our ministry. It will have the law commission that will be on the top floor of that building in an attic to the lower 3 floors, but an extensive attic. On the second floor will be the registry of lands, and also it will also house the intellectual property office. And we expect that early in January of next year, that will be handed over to us, completed. We are very much behind on that, but COVID, although we have been promising 70 days, we expect that it should be completed shortly. That's the second floor and the upper floor. And sometime during the course of next year, Mr. Speaker, we'll also finish the ground floor. And there we will have the Legal Aid and Advice Center will move to that building, as well as we expect that the Electoral Office will find this new home there at the corner of George Street and the Sands, opposite the courthouse. So this building is another exciting project for the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. And we expect that these would be provided. You would note, Mr. Speaker, in volume 2 of the budget estimates that these two projects are clearly set out there. The CNC building, legal services complex, has a price of $1.4+ million, while the extension of this new building, the expansion of the judicial legal services building, in the range of $2.5 million. But they are exciting capital projects that are coming on stream in this very tight COVID world in which we live in. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, I have to say that we have a very troubling situation at the courthouse building. The High Court building was constructed some 20 plus years ago. It was brought on stream just after 1995, had some problems in construction for many years. But it's been a long time, and it has not had a major uplift since then. And what we have found, Mr. Speaker, during the course of this year, that there are a number of troubling issues with that building. There are issues that speak of mold, issues that speak about leakage. When it rains, the upper floor gets flooded, and there's serious leakage, as well as the AC, the air conditioning systems have all gone bad. The ducts are infested by bats and rats, making it potential for sick building and need to be replaced. There are other things that are wrong with that building. And we have been negotiating with the Ministry of Finance to be able to give us a major capital project to lift that building back to its former state. It is critical that those who work, who live there, who work there, work in a proper environment, a healthy environment. Whether it's going to be our judicial officers, the judges that operate there, the staff, and just as importantly, the public that has to visit those buildings, we expect that that will be done expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, those capital projects are things that are being moving. We want them done, and they are for the benefit of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want, Mr. Speaker, let's continue our capital projects, because you notice, if you were to go to number 4 in the volume 2 of the estimates, the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, you'll see a project in relation to the land registry. You recall, Mr. Speaker, some 2 to 3 years ago, that we came to this Parliament to pass the land registry bill, in which we separated the land registry from the High Court registry. It was deemed critical because we had been sinking in terms of the international index for the ease of doing business. It took people months, and I say in some cases years, to get their documents processed. They were building up. The courts had expanded. We now had a second judge. We now had masters coming in. The duties of the registrar and the staff had expanded, and it was necessary for us to redefine what has happened. And so we separated the land registry from the High Court registry, Mr. Speaker. And it has paid dividends. We searched for and found an experienced registrar in the national, Mrs. Dawn Chambers Myers, who worked as registrar of lands in Barbados, and who has been with us the last year and a half, 2 years. And I'm happy to say to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that today we can say that you can get your titles back in an average of less than 30 days. In some days you can get in a week. That is a major, major advance. The backlog has disappeared, Mr. Speaker. It has been a major advance in the way in which we do business, the ease of doing business. Since Ms. Myers has been here, she has done more than 6,000 titles in Bastia and over 2,000 to 3,000 in Nevis. We continue to work to improve this. And we do it this way, Mr. Speaker, because we remember that just last year, the Honorable Prime Minister made the announcement to this Parliament that we were going to be embarking, or had embarked, on a strategy of digital transformation, that our country would digitally be transformed. And we in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Attorney General's Chambers have taken up that mantle. And one of the ways in which we are doing it is in terms of digitally using the Registry of Lands. We have been working with the government of China and Taiwan and have employed a company called HiWeb, who have done quite a significant work in terms of digitalizing the work. To date, we have scanned more than 12,500 titles into a database. We have turned them into electronic forms. And early next year, we expect that practitioners could stay in the comfort of their offices and would be able to search online in terms of the registry, the title registry in the lands registry. It is a remarkable achievement that we have done in under 12 months. We have employed some 4 young ladies with the support of the Republic of China and Taiwan, and we will continue to ensure that the whole registry is digitized, that we now can we'll also be able to file applications online. And so this process has been gone through. We have finished phase 1. We are moving into phase 2. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker, because we have entered into a further agreement with the American company of Medici Land Governance, an American company that many of us will be aware visited St. Kitts over the last Christmas and into the early parts of this year, and before COVID struck, we were able to map every lot of land on St. Kitts below a certain level at the mountain code. Our lands have been digitized, have been captured on a map, because this is the basis on which we have done a cadastral survey. Many of us will go to a village or we go to a back night, we see an empty lot of land. Who land that is? Nobody knows. Who land that is? Don't know. How do we get to find it? You do a search in the court. It's hard to find it. The process that we are embarking on is that every lot of land in St. Kitts and Nevis, well, in St. Kitts at first, and then we move to Nevis, will have a parcel ID. We are going to build a cadaster, a register, in which every lot of land is given a unique parcel ID. And that process is then on the way as we speak. We had the services of 3 drones came here and they went around the island, flying at a certain level, and they took pictures of all the land. That map has now been put together, and we are in discussion with the company to move that process forward. This is being managed by a core team of interdepartments with lands and surveys, the Director of Lands and Surveys, integral part of that thing. Of course, the Registry of Lands. We have had the e-government coordinator from ICTs have been there. Senior Counsel Tashna Powell is a part of it. We have from Inland Revenue, we have people from planning. So there is this core team that has worked to ensure that we are able to produce this cadaster. It means that land management in St. Kitts and Nevis has turned the corner. As we move forward, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to manage our lands in terms of being able to speed up the process of doing business, for us to look in tax revenue, inland revenue, we'll be able to map every lot of land, in terms of the banks being able to look at mortgages and so forth. All of this is happening as we work to develop this land management system that centers around the land registry and lands and surveys. It's very exciting, Mr. Speaker. It's very exciting.
Honourable Member, your initial 90-minute time period has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I crave your indulgence to ask the Honourable Parliament if it could have an additional 3 hours. I mean, half an hour. I try to think.
What's the final request?
If I could have half an hour more, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the question is that the honourable member has requested an additional 30 minutes. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleagues for having trusted me that I don't speak too long. Over the 30 minutes. You'll let me know. Mr. Speaker, these are some critical areas within the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs. And I think I should just quickly go over them, because we are talking about the High Court, where the mediation process that we have embarked on is going to make a sea change, we believe, in how we have access to justice and how people can resolve their disputes in a much more efficient manner. The administration of justice in St. Kitts and Nevis is alive and well, and we will continue to ensure that all citizens are given the opportunity to access it, to have a fair and equitable resolution of their matters before that. The High Court also, Mr. Speaker, I should point out, is one where we look at criminal matters. And at this point in time, we have been working with a committee in which has the Honourable Justice Ward QC, who oversees matters, criminal matters, working with the DPP, with the Solicitor General and others, to ensure that their regulations are developed for us to establish a proper criminal division within the High Court system, to further the criminal justice system, to further the administration of justice in our country. Mr. Speaker, some years ago, I think 2 years ago, we would have come to Parliament and we would have amended the Magistrates' Codes of Procedure to be able to abolish the preliminary inquiry, PIs. When somebody committed an offence at the Magistrates' Court, committed offence, that's a criminal, the magistrate would meet and hear the matter, take detailed evidence notes, and prepare depositions that will go up to the High Court, where that would all have to be done over again. Very tedious, very long, and in many cases, criminal matters could take years before they get a resolution. The concept of developing a criminal division in the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court is not new. It has been tried in other jurisdictions, and we here in St. Kitts and Nevis are now importing that here. And so, as I said, His Lordship, along with senior members of the public bar, are working to refine the regulations to make this a reality, where paper committals will be used to advance the process of criminal justice. What does it mean? It means that the DPP's office will prepare depositions, all the paperwork, and present them to a magistrate, who now, instead of having a whole hearing, will see if the paper's in order before acceding to send them up to the High Court for trials. And, Mr. Speaker, what this does, it now requires us to strengthen the DPP's office. You note that in our estimates that we have asked for a legal researcher to be attached to the DPP's office to assist in processing these documents, to speed up that process, because you don't want to remove one bottleneck and put it somewhere else. You'll also note, Mr. Speaker, that in our estimates for this year, the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs are asking for 2 new senior Crown Counsels, one of which will go to the DPP's office and one of which will join the Attorney General's chambers. Again, the new senior Crown at the DPP's office will assist greatly in advancing the criminal justice system as we see it. Because without assizes, without the PIs, we no longer have assizes in St. Kitts. We have continuous trials in St. Kitts and Nevis all year round. And sometimes these coincide with trials in Nevis. The DPP's office needs strengthening so that matters are tried in St. Kitts and are tried in Nevis simultaneously without there being any hindrance to advancing the administration of justice in our country. And we are happy to thank the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance for granting that allocation in our COVID walk-up time, that we are able to help to build, as it was, the staff to advance the administration of justice there. My time is getting tight, Mr. Say, because I would have liked to have gone in to explain the nature of the matters that have been done in St. Kitts and Nevis at the criminal court. Just to say that we are very pleased with the way in which the DPP's office has functioned this year. In Nevis over the last couple of months, we have had some 5 or so convictions, and we continue to see our staff there excel and work very hard. They have been doing the yeoman's job recently, and we hope that that will continue going forward. Mr. Speaker, at the DPP's office when the year began, there were some 22 matters that were listed for trial in St. Kitts and 9 listed in Nevis. 2 matters were heard in St. Kitts before the court was suspended indefinitely in March 2020 over the growing concerns for safety and the need for social distancing. The criminal assize for April 2010 in Nevis was cancelled as a result. So that because of COVID, we have had, as it was, a truncated year. Trial resumed on the 12th of October 2020 in Nevis and the 9th November in St. Kitts after modifications were made to the courtrooms in compliance with COVID-19 protocols. The impact of COVID-19 could be seen at the end of the court sessions when the statistics were tallied. The office was able to dispose of a total of 19 cases, 14 in St. Kitts and 5 in Nevis, in comparison to 25 matters disposed of in 2019. Mr. Speaker, this year we also began to operationalize paperless committals for criminal matters. This has revolutionized the preparation process for the office of the DPP. This process is relatively more truncated and it may significantly reduce the time and may result in greater levels of efficiency in 2021. I would want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when COVID began back in March, the court took a very interesting position towards it. And we found that the Chief Justice issued directions. Civil matters were suspended, and in-person civil matters, I should say, so that the second courthouse was not used, Mr. Speaker. And it did not stop civil trials from happening, though. And what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is the widespread use of technology in the court system. Very interesting, because there has been a level of efficiency that has emerged as a result of that. The courts have met regularly from their chambers, from people's front rooms. I would not go as far as to say their bedrooms, but lawyers, litigants can participate in trials in various parts of the world here in St. Kitts and Nevis by Zoom, by using, as it was, the internet to speak to each other. And what has happened is that we have had, as it was, a very active calendar year in terms of civil matters. The court master has been meeting, sitting in Grenada and hearing matters here in St. Kitts and Nevis, so that the court system continues to function. The magistrates court, surprisingly enough, we have not yet been able to devise how to have that done in person, virtually. And magistrates court have continued to meet in person with fewer matters so as to establish the type of physical and social distancing that has become so important. And so there has been a slowing down of the amount of cases that have been heard in the magistrates court, Mr. Speaker. I want to touch very quickly, Mr. Speaker, on the work of the Law Commission. The Law Commission is headed by Law Commissioner Mrs. Josephine Malalu, from the Web, former senior magistrate. And she has been appointed to that post over the last 2 or so years. And we have seen some significant work being done by the Law Commission. What we have had is that the work that had begun with Mr. Mukasa some years ago, since 2000, to have the revision of laws done, has continued with Mrs. Josephine Malalu. And so we have just this month paid money to the Law Revision Center based in Anguilla for St. Kitts and Nevis to do a further revision of laws that would be for the year 2020. The last revision was up to 2017, and so we are now going to do 2018, 2019, 2020. That has been, we have entered into agreement with the Law Revision Center in Anguilla, and this is being marshaled by Ms. Josephine Malalu. You recall that early this year at Government House, we would have had the launching of the 2017 edition of the revised laws. And just to back up, I think it's important maybe to say 2 words quickly on this. Laws are made by this Parliament on a regular basis. The laws are sometimes amendments to laws that have already been there. So a particular law could have had a number of amendments, maybe in 1 year or over a case of 5 years. And so the laws are all over the place. To put it in perspective, there was a law revision back in 1921. The next law revision would have been done in 1961. It took 40 years to consolidate all those laws. And the 1961 laws, from old books, served us well. There was not another revision again, Mr. Speaker, until the year 2000. So some 50 years later, or that's 40 years later, 39 years, you have this revision that is being done. Okay? And so it is incumbent on us, for the good of our country, whether it is in terms of economics, social issues, that we constantly update our laws. And the laws then were updated again in 2009, and then in 2017. But we have now taken the decision, Mr. Speaker, that we will now be updating our laws every 2 years. And so we have entered into that agreement, and so over the next year and a half, we expect that we would have year 2020 coming on stream. But here's the good news, Mr. Speaker. When we met at Government House early this year to launch the 2017 edition, hard copy, hard volume, 8 volumes that covered all the laws. We also launched a website for the Law Commission. All the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis, all the ordinances for Nevis are online. Anybody, any citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, anybody anywhere in the world can access our laws. They're online, Mr. Speaker, and they are updated online. It is part of our drive for digital transformation. Prime Minister Harris has set us a goal to give us a digital society. Our laws are there ready to support such a digital society. And so it's important to understand that you go to the Law Commission and you can get access to the laws of St. Kitts and Nevis. I want, Mr. Speaker, my time is winding down, to talk a little bit about this technology I mentioned. Because we in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, we in the Office of the Attorney General have taken on board very seriously this means of making us digitally competent. We are cognizant of the fact that just a few years ago, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis would have established an e-government portal that if you go to your smartphone, you go to any device, and you were to type into it www.gov.kn, you get a portal for St. Kitts and Nevis. You could be anywhere in the world, and you get to see what St. Kitts and Nevis is like. The whole set of pictures, whether it's Charleston Harbor, St. John's Church, Port Zante, Binson Hill, school children playing. And it's lets you see what SKNS has. It shows you Parliament. It explains ministries to you. This portal is a foundation for our country. But that's not all. It's attached to a number of ministries that have their own websites. The Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Attorney General's Chambers has launched its own website. And we urge our citizens to visit this website. It's legal.gov.kn. legal.gov.kn. You can get it on your smartphone. You can get it on any device. It has speeches. It has articles. On it, for instance, we publish court calendars, traffic court, maintenance court. Things that happen in the court systems are published there. On this website, we publish electoral lists. So the lists that are published every month of anybody registering in St. Kitts and Nevis are published on this portal, on this webpage. It is an innovative, very attractive webpage. And we invite all our citizens to visit it. It talks to the Law Commission webpage, and the Law Commission webpage talks to it. They all talk to the portal. So you can find various ways to get to know what is happening in St. Kitts and Nevis. In addition to that, within the Attorney General's Chambers, we have established the AG's MIS, the Management Information System, where all our lawyers have access to their matters online. This is hosted in the cloud, so at home, at court, you can access the portal to get the matters that are available to you. Of course, that is restricted to staff of the Attorney General's chambers. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court has revolutionized the way in which we bring claims to the court. Before, you had to go to the registry and fill out a claim form and pay $22.50 to start a matter against somebody else. Today, practitioners file claims from the comfort of their offices. They do so online. You cannot start a matter, a civil matter at the court, without filing it online. A digital society is coming. And I just want to add by mentioning the fact, I mentioned earlier, of the Land Administration Information System that's under development by HiWeb and the Department of Technology here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention a number of other things. The intellectual, I have to be careful. 10 more? Okay. Legal aid. The Legal Aid and Advice Office is one in which we now have the benefit of a second lawyer who serve people of lesser means. There are some of us who can't afford to engage an attorney. But on East Independence Square, there is a legal aid office that is provided for by the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, where a wide range of matters can be had. Juveniles can be represented, estate planning, divorces, maintenance, a whole range of matters can be had. There are two lawyers, a director, a senior lawyer is there, who has been joined by another counsel who can provide support for our people who need assistance in civil matters and other matters before the court, to help you develop paperwork that you may not know, to fill them out. And we urge you to work with them. One of the mandates of the legal aid has been to take their work to the rural areas. And over the last couple of years, they've gone to all the villages, community centers, where they will have meetings and invite people from the rural communities to come and meet with them. This year has been more difficult in the COVID environment, but they're still available to a number of people to do so. This year they focus a lot on estate planning. And what do they mean by estate planning? Very often people die. They don't make a will. They don't make any instructions what to do with the property. And you drive over here, you see a dilapidated building rotting. A piece of land overgrown. Your mother passed away. She got 10 children. Who must get the land? How do you handle it? It's a problem. And so, planning for when you are no longer here and you don't want any fight among your children. Planning in a way to be able to distribute what you have after you're dead is what we call estate planning. And the Legal Aid and Advice Center has embarked on a process to assist all of us. It's not just for people who got money and wealthy people. You could be of limited means, and even more reason why you need to plan for when you're no longer here. You might got a small piece of land, you might got a car, you might got something. You should say what you want to happen with it beforehand. And I just encourage many of our citizens to take advantage of this service that is with us. I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, a committee of which I head, and that is the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, NAMLAC Committee. This NAMLAC Committee, Mr. Speaker, emerged out of a national risk assessment process as part of the serious preparations for the mutual evaluation process, which was originally slated to be held in March of this year. I call it NAMLAC, National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, is a multi-sectoral working group that draws upon expertise residing in several ministries and departments. The first meeting had been held in July 2019, but there have been various committees that operate under the umbrella of this group. The main objectives of the group have been to issue operational and informative guidelines on the mutual evaluation to all relevant agencies as necessary, to engage public and private stakeholders and conduct focus group discussions, meetings and workshops in preparation for the mutual evaluation of St. Kitts and Nevis, conduct risk-based outreach for sectors and so forth, set timelines for deliverables, submit or approve the submission of documents, and so forth. I just want to say what this is about a little bit more. St. Kitts and Nevis is part of the international community, and we have entered into treaty obligations with a wide range of countries. The European Union and organizations where many of the first world developed countries operate, the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, where you have these big power countries, watch to see how countries around the world behave and operate. And they are very stringent on how we conduct our affairs. One of the things that they did was to develop an organization called FATF, a Financial Action Task Force, back in 1989. What FATF does is to monitor how people pass money from one country to another. The money launder money. 10 years later, they added to that the issue about counter-terrorism, how people in certain parts of the world used the financial systems to spread money, to finance terrorism, to blow up a plane, blow up a building. And more recently, they've added a third leg. How some people would use money that is used in the financial system for the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, bombs, dirty bombs that could do us damage. And so they monitor our systems, our technology, our laws. They monitor how we send money overseas. Many of us would be frustrated how it takes sometimes a week, 2 weeks to clear money coming from the United States and other countries. Because they watch what the banks do and they process it. And so this committee that we have is to ensure that our country, small country, is doing what is right in the eyes of these people. Because what they will do is that will put us on a blacklist. And a blacklist means that we would have difficulty in exchanging monies, in functioning in this world that we have in. Now they're coming here next year. They're coming in March this year to review our systems. They couldn't come because of COVID, but they will come in March of next year. And this is one of the companies and one of the committees that the composition has the Attorney General, the Chairperson, the Financial Secretary, they have the Controller of Customs, Director of Public Prosecutions, there's a senior representative of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Controller of Inland Revenue, Directors of the branches of the Financial Services Regulatory Commission, both in St. and Nevis, Chief Immigration Officer, and so forth and so forth. The legal advisor in Nevis as an administration. It's an important function, and we are fortunate that this year we were on a grey list for another one of these oversight committees that we have been removed from. But Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, Bahamas have gone on a blacklist. And so we don't want that to happen to us, our small jurisdiction, because we depend tremendously on inflows of foreign monies that come to the banking system. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other little things that I wanted to mention, but I've touched on most of them. I want to end briefly by speaking a little bit about the rule of law. The rule of law, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by mentioning that the conscientious application, or maybe I'll go back a little further, that we in the Ministry of the Attorney General of Justice and Legal Affairs continue to work to preserve our robust legal and policy framework for managing the response to the pandemic. We are also seeking the necessary financial and other support to better enable us to do so. And we have looked at some of the monies that we have been allocated and how we have spent some. Mr. Speaker, I have sought to emphasize the centrality of the rule of law in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The rule of law, Mr. Speaker, has been described as a principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws. These laws, Mr. Speaker, must be publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated. These laws, Mr. Speaker, must also be intra-virus as opposed to ultra-virus, the Constitution, in keeping with the Constitution, and consistent with international norms and standards. Mr. Speaker, the conscientious application of the rule of law enables good governance. In that connection, Mr. Speaker, we will continue in 2021 to advance the good governance agenda. Mr. Speaker, this Team Unity administration understands that poor governance and corruption can be corrosive to economic and social development. Team Unity has therefore endorsed the continuous process of strengthening the good governance national framework. The promotion of the good governance agenda can be seen in the open approach to making economic decisions, as is evidenced by this meeting of the National Assembly, when we as a nation will discuss, or hear your leaders discuss, the annual financial statement and budgetary proposals for the upcoming year. Mr. Speaker, the faithful observation of this tenet of good governance is reflected in the commitment of this government to the principles of transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, the government seeks to ensure that the people of this country are well informed, and we do so through ongoing and frequent dissemination of information. These include the government press conferences, NEOC updates, leadership matters, and others of that nature. Mr. Speaker, We continue to work towards strengthening the legal framework to support and promote the good governance agenda. We have become party to various treaties and undertake international obligations that signal our commitment to ensuring sustainable progress in the fight against corruption. We will continue in order to fully enforce the integrity in public life, the Freedom of Information Act, and the Data Protection. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I wanted just to mention that the Integrity in Public Life Commission has been fully set up. It has been fully manned. There is a commission. It's headed by retired Justice Paletta Lance. She has with her Mr. Freddie Knight and Mrs. Boddy as well, who are part of that commission. And I have in my hand that we have received from the Office of the Integrity Commission a note from the Chief Executive Officer, who is Mr. Albert Edwards, former Director of Audit, who works in that institution. There is a fully staffed office on Liverpool Road in the Delisle building. And I'll just read this. A note received on November 25th, 2020. The attached correspondence, as captioned, is an initial document to highlight the areas the Integrity Commission considers need supporting regulations, more clarity, or amendments. The document is forwarded as a precursor to further discussions on the regulations. The Commission avails itself to meeting with you and other counsel to determine what are the appropriate regulations. We therefore await your indication of a proposed time, date, and venue for this discussion. This was received on November 25th. And so, on that note, Mr. Speaker, as you write me down, I believe that you would appreciate that the laws are particularly essential, those dealing with good governance, but proper administration and implementation is a complex and expensive endeavor. It would demand a high level of expertise and preparedness in order to successfully transition from our current regime. In other words, it's been 40 years since we in the Federation would have had to submit a declaration of assets and liabilities that is similar to statements submitted for income tax purposes. We're not paying any income tax. But that is what happens in other jurisdictions. Every year people have to give income tax returns. We in St. Nevis have not done so for 40 years. And when we now bring on this complex cities of integrity in public life, we expect our public servants, our leaders, to be able to produce these, and we will be doing so, but in a proper manner and in a short order. And Mr. Speaker, my ministry is charged primarily with responsibility for the oversight of the system of justice in our country, and we have therefore requested a reasonable investment to undertake a myriad of fundamentally important responsibilities. The funds allocated to the ministry will form the basis upon which it can continue to function and continue to seek to ensure that the rights enshrined on the Supreme Constitution are protected. Mr. Speaker, I've said before, and I'll say it again, the preservation of democracy must embrace an ethos of constant development and the consistent promotion of the rule of law. I believe that to efficaciously preserve such ideals, it is imperative that adequate resources must be allocated to achieve these worthy ends. I'm confident that through a conservative policy of appropriation and intelligent control of our expenditures, the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Office of the Attorney General will seek to maintain a balanced budget and will also seek to obtain the maximum economy consistent with the vision of this ministry. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Attorney General. I can only say that I would have used what I think is my discretionary authority to allow you to speak for some 8 minutes beyond the time allowed. And I hope
You're going to give me 8 more minutes, Mrs. Speaker? I don't mind.
No, I was about to add though, and say that I hope if a motion of no confidence in the speaker is brought up as a result of that, that all members here will truly defend me. Thank you, Honourable Member and Attorney General. Honourable members, just before we call on the move of the bill, the appropriation bill, to do his wrap, I am going to direct that we have a brief suspension, and that would be for 6 minutes.
Order. Honorable Speaker.
Kindly be seated.
House resumes. Just before I recognize the honorable mover of the bill, I should have mentioned earlier that I did receive an apology for the honorable member of Constituency St. Christopher 1, Dr. Jeffrey Nisbet. I'm sorry about that. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, that he would be absent for part of today's proceedings because of his attendance at a funeral in the rural area. So I thought I should just put that on record. Having said that, I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and mover of the appropriation bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to wrap up the appropriation bill 2021, which we have been debating over the last several days. But before I get into the choice of the presentation as it relates to the budget matter, I want early o'clock to commend the St. Kitts Brewery and another historic performance. I am advised for another year in a row, the St. Kitts Brewery has at the end of November surpassed 1 million cases of brewery product. In a COVID environment in which they were closed, over 1 million. They've reached over 1,020,058 cases. I am advised further that they will run 3 shifts for all of 2021. This is important for people who are looking for work. 3 shifts for all of 2021. And their employment figures will increase from 121 persons to 154 employees as the brewery goes into continuous 24-hour production. That deserves some commendation, Mr. Speaker. Their budget for 2021 is that the brewery would produce 1,420,166 cases of brewery products. From just about 1,020,000, they are going to go up to 1.4 million cases of the product. The good news continues. I am further advised that as a result of the significantly improved performances year after year, the St. Kitts Brewery will next year begin the rebuilding of its offices and labs and will extend its warehouse at a cost of $3 million. I want to commend them and to wish Mark Wilkin and his team well. We can't have too much good news in our country. In fact, we should wish and hope that every day there is something beyond life worthy of celebration. And so I hail the local management and the team of workers who have put on a landmark performance in the midst of a coronavirus disease. That speaks well to resilience, to innovation of our people, and of course the fortitude of our people. All values which we hailed over the last couple of days as we debated the appropriation bill for 2021. I note, Mr. Speaker, too, and I want to thank the President of the Chamber of Industry and Commerce for the favorable commentary with respect to this budget which we are debating. She did in fact underscored that the budget was a good one in the context of our lived reality and in the context of what we are attempting to do for next year. She hailed in particular the extension of the stimulus package. All of these developments have come because of the new approach to governance which we have embarked upon as a team unity administration and the high level of consultation we've been having with all stakeholders on matters of mutual interest. Mr. Speaker, it has been a long debate, but I believe a very informative one. And I want to thank all on both sides of the House for their views on this critical national budget. I was particularly delighted by the contributions of the members on the government side. The presenters gave clear, positive support to this budget. And the last one in particular, the Honorable Attorney General, continued that commendation. Indeed, the budget is teamwork in action. Indeed, the budget represents the collective views of my cabinet members as the technicians from each ministry and department came forward, alerting us and advising us of their priorities for the new year, subjecting themselves to scrutiny and an ultimate determination of and by the cabinet. I hope that the country at large, from the explanations given by the various ministers and the programs under the line ministry, get a better perspective of where we are as a country and where we are going in 2021. I hope too that a reasonable person out there listening would have deduced from the presentations that the government is focused on delivering a better quality of life for all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. How else would we explain that a near $1 billion budget has been presented for 2021? This budget protects the social safety net, and we will get into that discussion raised by the opposition regarding the sufficiency of our provision. This budget gives primacy of place to education, giving it its largest allocation ever of $100+ million. This budget, Mr. Speaker, bolsters security services, sustains health delivery, allows for work to continue on an historic program of national health insurance for all, which the Minister, the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, member for number 8, would have discussed in his presentation. This budget, above all, tries to secure the people of St. Kitts and Nevis in the fight against the global pandemic of COVID-19. This budget, Mr. Speaker, proposes the largest capital program in recent history as we work to grow the economy out of a challenging battle with COVID-19. COVID-19 represents now an existential battle, if you will. And you look at the news of recent vintage, you hear what is happening in England. England under lockdown. England experiencing a new strain of COVID-19. And almost every country now saying, let's keep those English people at bay. So Italy has imposed a restriction on flights to and from the UK. And several other countries have done so, including Canada. And the lovely trade drive that provided ease of access between member states as it relates to the UK, a pause has been put on that at least until the Christmas season is over. Don't you marvel at how fortunate we are here in St. Kitts and Nevis? By the grace of God, we can stand here, have a parliamentary debate, we can have VAT days, because our country is being run well. And I want to commend all the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis for their support. The vast majority of people understand that COVID-19 is a disease. And none of them want to get this disease. Indeed, if you see what is happening and you pay attention, you understand that over 1 million persons have been killed by the COVID-19. So I want to encourage every citizen and resident to abide by the protocols from the Ministry of Health. It is not over until the fat lady sings. And even in the context of the advent of the vaccine, the fat lady not ready to sing a goodbye song. And so we have to continue doing those things. We are doing so nicely in the Parliament today, wearing our masks, social distancing to the extent practicable, and all of those other things, the hand hygiene to keep our country safe. I mentioned the situation in the UK because all day yesterday and today I get in WhatsApp from afar commendation for the leadership of the country at this time. Commendation for keeping the country safe, because persons are able to make the contrast between what is happening in big, powerful countries and what is not happening there. And they compare that to our excellent, not perfect, but an excellent record so far at keeping our people safe. Mr. Speaker, the objectives of our 2021 budgetary provisions were well laid out, but in wrapping up, they bear some repeating. The budget, Mr. Speaker, is intended to boost economic growth by its support to critical growth drivers of agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, and construction. It provides the impetus in areas of marijuana, production, cultivation, etc., and entertainment as potential new drivers of socio-economic activity in our country. It is a budget, of course, of fiscal expansion, but we have not done it in the reckless Douglas way. It takes into account the capacity of our people to deliver in an orderly manner a finite number of projects successfully. How many projects can our Public Works Department and those to whom it subcontracts really do. Those were the thought processes that went into determining, for example, what capital projects properly should go in and what should go out. And in the Director of Auditors report, she made mention to the fact that greater care has to be exercised in terms of the capital budget, and that those items in the capital budget should really only go in once they realistically could be implemented in the relevant year of consideration. And so if you're talking about building a school and you're putting that in the budget, you must ensure you already have the designs, you're ready to go before you put that in the budget. And it is good advice to the extent that you not want to have an crowding out of projects that are ready for action by those which are nice to have but not yet ready. And this is part of what the Estimates Committee work is to assist with. Mr. Speaker, I was at pains during the presentation of the former Minister of Finance, the ex-Prime Minister and member for number 6, to remind him that this budget is an annual budget, not a 5-year budget. This wasn't like a budget he presented a year ago, saying all that he will do in 5 years. In our budgetary system, we present a budget every year, and we therefore give the country a realistic guide of where we will be 12 months hence. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, our practical responses to the times in which we are in. Mr. Speaker, we had a song and dance from the opposition leader about growth, fiscal expansion. People have to be looked after. And clearly he did not read the budget. It seems to me, long before the budget was presented, he had his friend write a script for him, and they did not get a chance to update it after the budget was presented. And it's a shame that that could have happened. Because, Mr. Speaker, I just outlined, which friend? A friend from Antigua, liming overdrafter, a talker. The budget clearly outlined the objectives early on, and of course, growth was a critical part of what we targeted. Indeed, had the opposition leader taken the time, he would have recognized that of our capital project, comprises 113 actionable programs. 113. 60 of these will directly involve construction, with an injection of $111.9 million being spent on physical works. This, of course, represents increased opportunities for jobs and money in the pockets of the small and big businesses and those persons who ply their trade here in our local economy. Never before has so much been delivered to our people. Mr. Speaker, one could have reasonably expected that the opposition leader would have risen to the occasion, recognizing that this is a crisis, and he would have refrained from opposing for opposition's sake. And at times, he struggled to do that. At times, I felt a pity for him, because it was as if there was a good side of Douglas and a bad side of Douglas. And when the good side do the right thing to say, well, this budget is good, the bad side come back and say, Douglas, how could you say that? And so he created a confusion in his presentation. The bad side and the good side at odds with one another in the presentation of Douglas. And you see it through the presentations of the members opposite. A struggle to do the right thing. A struggle to exude the patriotism at this time of national crisis. A struggle to say that the government is on the right track when everyone in the country knows that the government is. At last, the Douglas Labour can't change its stripe. Same old party, same old ideas, same old leader. No transition from the old to the next generation. And it is really sad that that is what the great party has now been reduced to. They haven't learned. And that is unfortunate too, because we have seen the sad, almost premature ending of the political careers of Comrades Marcella Liebert, Comrade Conris Maynard, Comrade Patrice Nisbet. And you'd have thought after all of that, you'd have had some retrospection and prospection coming from that party. But not so. Not so. Because 10 men in one will ensure that no new idea would come to the fore. And the Deputy Prime Minister pointed to the irony, perhaps the hypocrisy, that while they were touting next gen, they were being led by an old gen who controlled the party machinery and all of the ideas. And one of the things that old gen knows is how to sideline them. We had one Conris then. We had one Patrice. We had one Marcella. And when they made their presentation the wrong way and you tried to correct them, the member for number 6 would intervene. You're doing a good job. Go on. Nice point. And he pounded the table and set them up. And when someone asked him one day how you could be in the parliament encouraging Marcella and Conris in that kind of behavior, he said those young Turks need to be learned a lesson. Alas, on June 5th, they learned the lesson from the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. They refuse? Mr. Speaker, and it's amazing, you know. It's amazing. Because look, a couple Sundays ago, they had an election show at the Marriott in this COVID time. And you tell me that they go over to Marriott after the member for number 6 has had 2 disappointing showing at general elections, and they put back the same member to lead the party. No transition. And none of them would dare to stand up to him. Not Dr. Jew, not the member for number 1, none of them. Because he told Dr. Neville Douglas, and he believes it to his heart, that he doesn't believe in transition. Duncan, Neville Duncan. He said that he prefers to die in his political boots than to bring and to buy in. Buy So, Mr. Speaker, we saw that being acted out over at the Marriott. Mr. Speaker, this budget, which we have been debating over the last couple of days, is comprehensive, and it has a larger focus on people and growth and development and the future. The future in terms of the resilience, the innovation, and the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. We see this reflected, of course, in our programs for alternative energy, about which the Deputy Prime Minister spoke, our human resource and skills development, our emphasis in technical vocation, our emphasis on the refinement of the rule of law, to which the Attorney General spoke, our ambition, of course, to have a passport that commands the attention and the visa-free acceptance of the most countries in the world. Importantly, this budget protects the poor and the indigent with a range of social safety nets costing this country over $50 million. And when the member for number 6 had the brass face to say that we had not provided sufficiently for the poor, I say that he had not read the budget well. And I indicated to him that our social safety net was so broad and comprehensive, it could not be found in just one ministry. You had to look across a range of ministry to get a sense of the ambit, the latitude and spread of our comprehensive social safety net, which the Financial Secretary has said is one of the best anywhere in the region. Our poverty alleviation program has been such an innovation, and so many persons were pleased by the compassion of the government in bringing aside this program. We have put $28.8 million in that. For support of the Sadler Senior Citizens Home, we have $76,000 allocated. Social assistance to the poor and needy, $2 million. The New Horizon Rehab Center in Harris in his constituency at $2 million. The Alternative Lifestyle Pathway Program, $10 million. The waiver and water bills, nearly $1 million. The waiver and electricity bills, near $500,000. Our program of support to the parents of children into the early childhood education centers, costing the country $1.5 million. And that is not all. Other social safety net programs, like our free dental care treatment for our students, our elderly, they come at a cost, Mr. Speaker. And I had some very interesting statistics about the support we were giving in health in these particular areas, Mr. Speaker, which perhaps later I will pay some attention to. What about the free treatment as part of our community health and primary care? What about our free primary education? All those not included in the $50 million to which I referred to. This budget, Mr. Speaker, goes further to incentivize businesses. Hence, our small and large businesses are to benefit from a 50% reduction in the unincorporated business taxes from 4% to 2%, and a 24% reduction in corporation taxes from 33% to 25%. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the security of our people is assured by the $86.2 million we have allocated here, and we gave agriculture one of the largest allocations it has had in many years to take us closer to food security. That is why we ask, who prepared the talking points for the members opposite, so that they should come to the Parliament and made such a poor job of reflecting on the 2021 budget. I think that the member for number 6 really ought to apologize to the senior officials in the Ministry of Finance in particular for describing their hard work, and indeed the hard work of all the senior officials, the permanent secretaries in the various ministries, as being fraudulent. Describing the budget as a fraud, Mr. Speaker, I believe that he owes an apology to the people. But of course, the same pejorative regarding creative accounting is really because he doesn't understand how a budget is composed. And it is embarrassing because he has been the longest serving Minister of Finance. And some of the remarks that were made by him, we could well accept them reluctantly coming from a new member, not versed in the art of governance and the way the government accounting does. Clearly, the member was reflecting sour grapes. Sour grapes, sour lala, we would say in the good old days. Sour lala. A good budget that lifts up the citizens and residents of the country. A good budget that protects our security interests. A good budget that speaks to farmers and fishers, even in a time of COVID, the worst pandemic in a lifetime. And they can't be brave enough, Mr. Speaker, to speak well of it, constructively criticizing it, as others would have done, Mr. Speaker, and show the country at large that the old Labour Party still has some relevance, Mr. Speaker. And it was really unfortunate that the member for number 6 should be the one in the Parliament introducing the descriptor of fraud. Because here it is, in my view. If there was fraud in the Parliament, we had to look frontally at the member for number 6. This is a member who a High Court described as unsuited to sit in our Parliament. Because what? Unknowing to us in here, he held the diplomatic passport of another country, purporting that he was solely in commitment to St. Kitts and Nevis, while carrying the passport of another country, in this case, Dominica. And he knew it was wrong. So every time he got up while carrying that passport, he was living a lie. He was an imposter in the Parliament. He was a fraud in the Parliament. Every vote, every presentation was reduced to a nullity, void and of no effect, and should never be resurrected in the parliamentary answer, if there is one. Disqualified. To be ejected out of the Parliament. I wouldn't be so unkind to use his words to the member for number 8. Eject him out of Parliament like a common criminal, he said in 2015. Look what he had done. Lived a falsehood on the people of number 6. Live a lie. Going outside And as soon as he hit Antigua, he put aside the St. Kitts and Nevis passport in his pocket. He takes out his Dominican passport. He takes a charter, go to the country that he loves more than St. Kitts and Nevis. He comes when he was caught. Well, Timothy Harris has one too. And create that fraud of a passport purporting to be of my image and likeness. And he comes back to the parliament, get a reprieve from the people of number 6, and come back without shame really to making those kind of judgments on the good people. He spoke, Mr. Speaker, in his usual excitable way about the indebtedness of the country. And I formed the conclusion, when there are certain debates in the parliament, the leader of the opposition should be silent. Least said, the better. Because he cannot be the face of rebuttal coming from an opposition, given his shady past. When he speaks about debt, and it's sweet him, hear him, no money there. No money there. He would wish that no money was there in this country. But we're not spending like a drunken sailor. Not spending like a drunken sailor. So if you think no money there, sufficient money there. It's just that I'm not spending it badly. But who should be talking about that? It couldn't be the member of parliament who has the dubious distinction of being the first Minister of Finance and the first Prime Minister to take St. Kitts and Nevis a begging for a loan. An extraordinary bailout of $225 million. Never before. No money to pay civil servants. And no COVID. No money to buy toilet paper up JNF. No money to pay the drain cleaners. Had to go a begging with a group called the O Company out of UK to get the IMF to do a bailout. And then he came to make a presentation on the budget at a time of a crisis which he knows. Because in his opening remarks, he admitted and conceded he had never seen a time like this. One truth he would have told him, for there is no template. No Prime Minister alive has dealt with the issue of a crisis of this nature. And without a template, relying on the ingenuity, the creativity of our own people, we have been able to keep St. Kitts and Nevis alive, Mr. Speaker. And no deaths so far, and we give God thanks for that kind of work that we have been able to do here. $225 million borrowed, and no pandemic. No pandemic, but he needed that amount of money. $225 million he borrowed, but he still imposed a VAT at the highest introductory rate in the region at 17%. No pandemic, global or local, but $225 million borrowed. And VAT, 17%. And electricity goes up 85%. And water goes up 600%. He even introduced a foot tax to go to Nevis. So bad it was. So bad it was. How dare he comes now to chastise us about a loan which we project will be 50 million if things do not improve. but better days are coming. That is why next year, the brewery is increasing their production. That is why next year they are running 24-hour shift. That is why next year they are spending $3 million to build new facilities, offices, and labs, and warehouses, because they have done so well. So well, and importantly, the wellness has come in large part too from an expansion of their activities in foreign markets. I feel good about that. It means that we are competing. It means that we are better than several of the other brewers located elsewhere. So that is great news for our people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Not only was he concerned, Mr. Speaker, about this borrowing, and he's a bad example. He doesn't even know when to borrow. He then went on to have other pejorative comments regarding the budget. And of course, some of the members opposite, well, there are only two. They came like, say after me. And so whatever the leader says, wrong or right, they have to say. Because this leader don't make joke with those young turfs who have to be put in their place and be taught a lesson. So we heard from the senator opposite the issue of politicization. Few people here know that the senator opposite headed the Department of Constituency Empowerment. And she took the lead action in giving out the political handouts in the 2015 elections. The employees were largely the foot soldiers of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party going into the 2015 elections. The vehicles of the department were decorated with the banners of the Labour Party. They come here thinking they're talking nice, thinking they are fooling us with their theatrics about empowerment. What empowerment? That's not a new word. That has been what this government has been practicing from day one. Empowerment. That is why we introduced a Fresh Start program. Empowerment. That is why we began a serious skill training program. Not like the one on the PEP. Not like the one on the PEP. 4,000 persons. And the best idea, whenever the Labour Party was going to have a function, the leader of PEP said, put on the red shirt today. This is Red Shirt Day. The leader for PEP sits in the parliament. And they had their Red Shirt Day. I mean, one employee in the office of PEP told me that she was so mad. One Friday they went and they said, we are going to a funeral. We all must put on red shirts. Part of it was to elevate the support for Labour Party, so that when people see all these ready in town, they say, bye, team unity gonna get close. But God is good. 2015 came, and they lost the general elections because the people saw through the falsehood and the disempowerment. Disempowerment that was part of the PEP program. When the CDP consultant came in to look at the program, the CDP consultant condemned it They could not believe that so few persons on the program were being trained. The Deputy Prime Minister read in this Parliament before the finding that of over 4,000 persons on the PEP program, it was just about 100 and I think 14 persons that had some form of adequate training. And they come in the Parliament as if they are new wine. We are the next trend. Deception. Deception. New wine in the old battle of Douglasism. New wine in the old philosophy of deception. New wine. New generation with the old generation leader. Contradiction. That is what we have had here, Mr. Speaker, in the Honourable House, as they attempt to undermine the good work of the government. Yes, they operated PIP like the political arm. Money is given here and there. The friends get a job to do, some so-called training. The ghost workers being paid on the program. The Internal Audit Department did a review of that. And I will have at some point to bring that into the House to discuss it. We have to discuss the fact that over $3 million worth of business went to the family of a senior official in the PEP program. That is how they did it. Over $3 million of business. Do this, do that. Out of Miami, out of Florida, out of anywhere. And they come now to say that there is something new, making a pretense in the Parliament that they now are virtuous persons wanting an opportunity. Who else but someone who believes in the failed philosophy of Douglasism comes to the Parliament as a teacher and says, you know, I have won my seat 3 times. I'm a 3-time parliamentarian, 3 terms. Young persons over there, out there in the community, concerned. They didn't know that their teacher had won 3 elections. But that is Douglas's arithmetic. Only, remember for number 6, he's a genius at these things, you know. By the time he lost the case, he said, I won 90% of the case. He won 90% of the case, and then he appealed. Understand? He won the case, and he appealed the case that he won. Understand? This man, it's not easy, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, we hear his concern about crime. And his concern in particular about the peace initiative. And again in his own excitable way. He says, but the man come to the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I gave him support for 12 million, a good program. I never know that this thing going to continue again next year. 31 million. Wow. Drama, theatrics. And he well knows that this is untrue. Careful reading of the budget as outlined by the Deputy Prime Minister would have reflected, far from increasing the allocation, we have reduced the allocation by some 17%. Far from 31 million, the provision was for $10 million. And then you ask, but why did he take this matter up to be the one advocating about it? Why not at least allow the new member for St. Christopher 1 to try a thing and to debate that particular point? Perhaps when they were giving out the script as to who will speak, the member for St. Christopher 1 came late. I don't know. But it couldn't be Dr. Douglas. It couldn't be, respectfully, the member for number 6. Because he has been the longest serving Minister of National Security in our country, or at least one of them. Under his watch, the crime situation went from bad to worse. Bad to worse. When Jean was growing up, his grandma would have said, "He gone Wassara." Gone Wassara under the member for number 6. From bad to worse is more elegant. But the graphic nature of Wassara from the grandmother speak volumes in helping us understand the man opposite. This is what it is. Had the member for number 6 acted responsibly and seriously as a Minister of National Security, the Deputy Prime Minister's point would have been so valid, has been so valid, there would be no need for a peace initiative. It was the failure of policy initiatives over a prolonged period of time that saw violence in the country took root. It was the failure of the policies of the member opposite that saw homicide in the country raise its ugly head, raise and escalated from about 2 in 1993 to 36 in 2011. It was under his watch that we had multiple killings on the strip. It was under his watch that our streets became unsafe. And he knew it. But he told us, "I don't bother," said the member opposite, when they talk about crime. "I don't take it on," he said in his usual style. "Talking about crime is like water on my back. It run off." And the people, he had an old lady there from St. Paul. She laughed the loudest in the crowd. So Douglas went on, in the words of Jean's grandmother, "Wassara." So he went on. "I ain't send them go kill nobody. If they want kill, let it go ahead. Nobody can tell me about that."
I cannot accept that because the member opposite is definitely misleading this House and this nation. I've had no comment of that kind at any time. It has to be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Honourable Member for number 7, the Honourable Member for number 6 is asking that you withdraw the statement. I believe it has to do with
Comment from the gallery is even worse.
Honourable Members, persons in the gallery, even at my distance from the gallery, I would have distinctly heard a comment from the gallery, which is completely and utterly unacceptable. I can immediately have that person identified and ejected from the gallery. I will allow that one incident to pass, and that one incident alone. No other incident of that nature will be tolerated. We know the rules. With respect to the point of order, Honourable Member for number 7, the member for number 6 has said he has never, I guess, uttered those words, so I'm going to ask you to withdraw the words.
Mr. Speaker, I want the debate to go, and this is part of the delaying tactic. So I would withdraw that statement. I have to sympathize with him because he's not at his best in terms of memory. But if you were to go through the gallery, person by person, everyone would tell you, yes, he did echo these words. But in the interest of moving forward, my grandmother taught me, sometimes you have to take the wrong to make right. And to make it right in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw this statement and I would excuse his poor memory at this particular moment in time. Because the substance of the point remains that he failed as a Minister of National Security to handle crime and violent crime in our country. And his response was reactive. Nothing proactive, nothing new, same old untried ideas. Same old ideas. He went, Mr. Speaker, he persuaded the cabinet to bring an anti-crime act. An anti-crime act, so he knew there was a gang. Sorry, an anti-gang act. He knew there was a gang problem in the country. And he passed the act as a show. Not one person. He accepted that the country was in a war zone. He passed an anti-gang act acknowledging that there were gangs, inter-gang and intra-gang warfare in the country. He never persecuted one person. Not one. Not one. It was part of the bravado, the show. He became paralyzed by his own inaction as a Minister of National Security. In contrast, we came to government acknowledging that crime was a problem. Indeed, we couldn't ignore it. On election day, at the polling booth in Connery, guns went off. One gentleman died as a reminder that the 2015 general elections had to be about law and order. It was a wake-up call. By the time we had taken office, by the 22nd of February, we had 9 homicides already in the country. You extrapolate that, you are looking at near 50 homicides by the end of the year. Nothing, because it was water on his back which just ran off, Mr. Speaker. We came and we took some bold initiative. We brought in the Bram's Hill advisors, reorganized the police force into various directorates of crime, of arts, and so on and so the like, to try to change the culture. We brought in experts in evidence gathering to teach and to help. And we had them here. We did some novel things, blocking off the roads. Never tried before, Mr. Speaker, with any serious way. And importantly, we brought the alternative lifestyle pathway program, dubbed the Peace. Because you can't put a price on peace. You can't put a price on lives. And every life that we can save, we are to give it our best effort, Mr. Speaker. And this is what we have done. Part of the reason that the country is no longer talking about crime and violence is because Team Unity's response has been powerful and has been successful. So our streets are safe again. We still have a journey to go. But it is better, so much better than under the former administration. We can take pride in our success. And while they're out there making a mockery of the program, the law enforcement agencies, up to I think last week, Mr. Brandy, our Commissioner of Police, and a virtual meeting with law enforcement officials all over the globe, including America. They have invited him to come to California to make a presentation on the success of the peace initiative in St. Kitts and Nevis. Mr. Brandy went to Barbados to a regional engagement of law enforcement officers put on by the British government to share with them our success in this particular initiative. A bold new initiative. It took courage, yes, to try something new. Takes courage, but it has paid the dividend, peace dividend, in a short while. And I will be the first to admit that we are not yet out of the woods. The program is but yet young. So we need to persevere with it. Stamina, yes. We need to persevere, tweak it as we understand it better. I want here to commend the young people who came forward and said too much crime and criminal activities in our country. We want to help. I want to thank the young school teacher who came forward to be part of the initial engagement team. I want to thank the counselor who came forward. I want to thank the pastor who was part of the initial engagement team. I want to thank the banker who was part of the initial engagement team. I want to thank ACP Adams and Brown MacArthur for being part of the initial engagement team. I want to thank our National Security Advisor for being part of the initial engagement team, and all others who until that chapter is written shall remain nameless for security and other reasons. But nationals and residents, just a few, came together, put themselves at risk, engaged with dialogue with our sons and our daughters who are impacted by violence in the country, and came up with a model that has now become best practice. And everywhere, people are asking and calling to learn more about how they can adopt our program. Yes, for us, the peace program is about redeeming lives. It's about consecrating our future, because the future is all that we have. The former regime is already the past. The past could be described, and one writer did in fact describe it. The past is our grandfather's curse. Only the future of peace, prosperity, love, and unity, we have to consecrate. That is why we have a peace program. Out of the ashes of the atrocious killings and mayhem in the country, we can create something better. An environment that allows our young men at risk to be transformed, acculturated and reintegrated in our society. They will come now as employers, self-employed persons, businessmen, counselors, and so forth, assisting us in the maintenance of peace. And I want to commend the Ministry of Education. There was a young man from St. Paul's who had been convicted. The Ministry of Education took him out of that past, put him in the Charles E. Mills Secondary School, and he was one of the best teachers in natural sciences in that school. People can be redeemed. It is for us in the society, the all of society approach, helping them, guiding them. And when you begin to engage them, you will be surprised that these so-called at-risk men, these so-called former criminals, they are no different than any of us, but for the grace of God. all of us on the road to Damascus. And then we had the moment when we saw the light. You talk to them, they're talking about their sons, their daughters, their children, their mothers. They now want to be there for them, to give their children the life that they had been denied, the love, the attention, the guidance. So we have Shahid Williams of St. Paul's, who from that past had become a teacher, had become a farmer. And I was so pleased to have been able to use the STEP program to allow him to get a couple more hands to work his farms. These were the persons who the member opposite didn't have time for. They for him was like water on the horse's back. Let it run off. Ignore it. What he said? Duck back. You heard that, Mr. Speaker? That was what he said. The duck back. We are giving our young people a chance. We are empowering them to be the best that they can be. And many of them, Mr. Speaker, having reconnected to a free society again, they will not return to the prison of gang life in the foreseeable future. Many of them, you engage them, they tell you, not me. I don't want to go back there. Many of them, even in prison, are preparing to take their life to a higher level of engagement. In the prison now are persons with 12 CXC subjects. And you wonder how our young men could achieve so much behind bars. And in the breadth of St. Kitts and Nevis, they would have achieved nothing, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we have 2 inmates. They have done CXC, CSEC. They have done CAPE, high passes, distinctions. They are asking the government, please sponsor us on to university. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. They have emerged now as future leaders. Yes, they have incurred the wrath of society, but we are seeing transformation. We are such a small society. We really can't afford to lose anyone. And that is why the redemption song must be loud in the country as we give people a chance to develop, a chance to rehabilitate, a chance to be themselves. They are going to be the leaders that are going to help prevent the next generation from making the same mistakes that they would have done. So I say commendation to the Ministry of Education. An ex-convict in the schools. But all the teachers love him. All the students love him because they have seen a change. And we want to do more of that. Not only the government should, but the entire society. The entire society. The businesses must allow them an opportunity for an alternative pathway, or else we are pushing them back from whence they came. When you see them in particular businesses, Lord, don't go cuss them. Don't call the employer aside and say, Lord, them there, you got in them in our buying here. We don't want that. We want a buy-in into the second chance program. And it struck me one Juve morning down on the Bay Road with the Ambassador Ian Patches Liebert. A lady came, she pulled me aside and she said, Dr. Harris, a long time I want to see you. I said, why? She said, let me tell you this. I hear Douglas talk. And Douglas say, you pay people for peace. don't bother with him. She said, don't bother with him. Whatever you're doing, continue to do it. And then she told me why. She said, I had a son. My son was shot dead. And up to this morning, I could tell you, Dr. Harris, I haven't gotten over it. Please continue to save the lives of people. That's a decent woman. That's a mother. That's a real mother carrying the grief. And you count up, I used to hear the Deputy Prime Minister give account. Nearly 300 young men killed under the Douglas regime. How many mothers are grieving? How many children are grieving? How many anger children we have out there as a consequence of the failure of the past regime to do something bold and to do something different, Mr. Speaker. And when I talk about the peace, it is those real-life stories of the resident in East Bastia who said, carry along, do not bother with Mr. Douglas. She can't bear the thought of another mother, another sister suffering the agony and trauma. When someone dies to violence, the entire society suffers. The victim suffers real death or wounding. The perpetrator suffers, and the families on both sides are in turmoil. No winners, all losers. And that is why we continue. I was on a flight to Miami. I sat by a lady who was returning back to the USA, a national. Didn't know her, but she knew me so well. I trying to talk along and hope at some point in the conversation, all of us being there, you hope you get to know who they really was. So we talk and we talk. When I catch myself, she was one of the Greens from West Bastia. She was living in the US for a very long time. And she told me, similar message, that peace program must continue. She said she used to feel ashamed with the regularity with which her friends from the Caribbean would call when Dr. Denzel Douglas was Prime Minister to ask her what was happening in small St. Kitts with the killing after killing and the shooting after shooting. She said she doesn't know how we're doing it. Whatever we are doing, continue. Continue. And that is why the program is continuing in 2021. And when the member opposite says he thought that the peace would have done in 2020, Mr. Speaker, they came in here and I gave them support. I never heard him supported the program. But in this house he said that I supported the program for $12 million. And now they want to carry it up to $31 million. Nothing like that. Mr. Speaker, we're really hoping that from peace we can instill a new season of hope in our people, Mr. Speaker. Hope, from peace to hope, harnessing opportunities for peace and entrepreneurship by helping our people to excel through the enhancement of their life skills and the pursuance of peace and gainful engagement. The peace program is not just about people employed, getting a job. It is about helping them to give another person a job, helping them to help themselves. I was surprised you have not confronted them. You have not seen their capacity like I have up close. They have come to my office, they have sat down, they have spoken to me, and I couldn't believe When you see some of the young person who are involved in this program, your daughter could bring them in your house and you ain't know. There's no difference between them in temperament, in behavior, than any other citizen and resident. Remind me of the time at the Prime Minister's gala over Jakarta, where some of those prisoners were dancing with Sir Edmund's daughter, and it became a big thing after. Reminded me how these things can happen unknown to you. But I was impressed when a young man from Sandy Point came and he said, I just need some help. And this is a person with about 8 or 10 subjects, son. He has a shop which he inherited from a family member, and he wanted support to, as it were, stock out his shop. If you were to go to any of the traditional commercial banks and look at his record, they will rip up his application. He would not have been given a chance. And we said that we will not leave any person behind. And the only bank that would help was the Development Bank. The Development Bank was conceived to do those very things, to intervene in the financial sector, to support government policy initiative. It is the single largest provider of student loans. Years go back, none of those banks would give the son and daughter of a poor man a loan to go away to study for 3 or 4 years. You had to come from a certain class. That is the reality that everywhere led to the build-out of development banks, instrument of public policy. And then the member who should know better comes and he tries to drag down the bank, drag down the persons who are involved, drag down the people who are involved in the peace program. Mr. Speaker, he then went on to the matter and he said, well, the only explanation while the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, wants to borrow is because no money there. And he said, well, people say, the money done, no money there. Before he came to the Parliament, I did report that we do have some money, but we are not spending it like a drunken sailor. You see, when crisis comes, as invariably it will come at some point in time, our first response must be ourselves. We must have something, however small, to be able to respond. Because it will take you time to find a neighbor, to find a friend who is willing to lend you. It will take you time in the context of a pandemic to find somebody willing to lend. Over the last 9 months, this government has been carrying on and we haven't borrowed 1 cent. 1 cent. We went to our reserves. So when the member opposite says, and you could see he relished the idea that no money there, that falsehood in his head. He said the money done. I want to say no, this is a far different situation to his situation respectively, and he ended on a note of pretending to be a statesman, that he has been through several crises and this is how he did it. You did it the bad way, sir, and therefore we can't learn from your example. We understand when there is no money in the country. We understand there are sure signs. We had 2 VAT days. And if you see what people were buying, you know somehow money there. We know money in the country. Not all of us have it, but a lot of people have it. but people will choose to spend at their own option, and it is theirs, Mr. Speaker. When no money was there in 2010, what was his experience? He imposed VAT and food and medicine, educational supplies, and even tax the dead people then with their funerals. 17%. Taxing in life and in death. No money was there then. When no money was there in 2010, the water bills went up 600%. When no money was there, under the Douglas administration, electricity bills went up 85%. I recall at the town hall in Keard, Mr. Speaker, we had a meeting and he was there and doing the usual Douglas drama. And then he said, I want you all to come on the street for Labor Day. He was the best at these kind of brinksmanship, you know. In his good day, he was good. In his bad day, he very bad. That is what it is. It's always an extreme. He said, let us go and march to bring down the electricity bill. I didn't know it was so high. How could it be? We have to march to bring down the electricity bill. And somebody in the crowd, a lady from Lodge Village named Joan Mitchell, became famous. She got up, she said, Dr. Douglas, you think we all fool they know? What march you tell her we come march? And you carry up the electricity bill, so bring them down, you don't need no march for that. What was the response? You carried up the electricity bill, so bring it back down. He doesn't need a march. Imagine, he heads the government. Skelec then, I don't even think Skelec was yet in, was a government entity. And he's saying, come and march to bring down the electricity bill that he had taken up 85%. What manner of man is this? And it took a strong woman, she's here in the parliament, Joan Mitchell, to stand up to him, one of his strongest supporters. And Joan said, no, you are not going to make me no puppy show. You must bring it back down, just as you take it up. We don't need no march for that. When no money there, that was what you did. When no money was there and there was no pandemic, you sent home hundreds of employees from Scottsboro. When no money was there and there was no pandemic, you closed the SSMC and sent thousands of people to work. When no money was there, you forced the civil servants out under the guise of natural attrition. When no money was there, the Joseph and France Hospital was a basket case, had become irrelevant to quality health care. Prescriptions, when you go, the patients are waiting for you to come, to go out to Valdemart, go down to some other pharmacy to get them filled. Nothing at JNF Hospital. And that is why it was so disappointing when the member for number 1 started going down that road to nowhere with regard to circumstances at the JNF, far much better than it ever had been under Douglas Labour. No money there, no prescriptions at our dispensaries, at the JNF or any of the other institutions. No money there. That's how you dealt with things. Look at it. 9 months we carrying the burden of the country. Not one civil servant sent home. Not one police officer. Not one nurse. Indeed, in February this year, we paid nurses, well, probably around May, Senator Phipps. In May, we paid them retroactive over $1 million+ to regularize their status. And that was a pandemic. If we needed a reason, we had one for not paying. But we honored our commitment and ensured that there was justice. I promised the country that we will always guard the public purse properly. We will not spend what we do not have. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, whenever we are incurring debt, we will ensure we get it at the best possible rate in the market. Mr. Speaker, how could the member for number 6 be the cheerleader to talk about debt and fiscal management of a country when he failed at it year after year? I have here the reports from the Director of Audit. It's a long time he practicing to do things badly and he wouldn't listen. Director of Audit report. And we have the data here. This one is 2005. But use this one to show how far back. And on page 11, it gives us a sense of how the Douglas administration was leading the country. In 1995, we went into an overall annual deficit of $30.5 million. In 1996, $34.9 million in the red. In 97, $7.3 million in the red. In 1998, $28.98 million in the red. In 1999, $32.66 million. In 2000, $96.9 million. Drunken sailor mentality. Spend, spend, spend. 2020 was the election year. He told me that he preferred to bankrupt the country than allow the opposition to form the government. And that is why the deficit ballooned to $96.9 million. And when I said, but when we win, what happens? He said, they're going to tax them. It's their money. It's them to spend it on. Why you worry about that? Let's win the elections. 2001, $10.2 million. 2002, $69.9 million in the red. 2003, $66.5 million. 2004, an election year, $104.8 million in the red. Deficit. 2005, Adrian, them to heart. $125.6 million in the red. Legacy, bad spending, bad management. Like a drunken sailorman, he spent until everything crashed. Everything crashed in 2011 when he had to go to the IMF to borrow $225 million to pay civil servants, to buy toilet paper for the hospital. Never in our history had we had to go so far. 2006, $58.96 million in the red. 2007, $54.07 in the red. 2008, a change in the Ministry of Finance. He asked me to help him out. I became the Minister of Finance and I returned $131.51 million in surplus because I know how to manage. 2009, $146.9 million of surplus. So when he asks him, how come me I get surplus after surplus? I mean this. I mean this. I did it for you. I did it for you. From 1995 to 2007, you took the country deficit after deficit, over $500 million of deficit. And in 1 year, I created a miracle to help you. $131.51 million surplus. You didn't say creative accounting then. You were so glad for the reprieve. 2009, a further surplus, up it a notch, $146.9 million in surplus. If I could do that for you, imagine how much better I will do for my administration. And that is why from 2015 to this point in time, every budget we have presented have returned a surplus. Because we know how to do it. It's in my DNA. And after I had done so well, he became a little anxious. Jeffrey, if you're doing too well, he can get anxious, my good friend. And what he did, he said, you know, I think I would like to make a change in the portfolio table. Take it back. And you know, he had no lucky, you know. In 2010, we gone back in deficit. $10.45 million in deficit. That's the legacy of Denzel Douglas. When Douglas, the member for number 6, left office in 2014, he left behind a public debt of $1.6 billion. That's $1,600 million the country owed people. And then he comes in the parliament with a brass face to say, you know, I had left $900 million. I never heard him say that until he came in parliament. He always used some way out figures. $900 million. I mean, it's an untruth. But even for a moment, for the point of argument, let's grant that he left $900 million. Not true. But give him that just for the purposes of the argument. You left 900 million and you left a debt of 1.6. You left me in the hole. You better you didn't left nothing for me. That is the point. $1.6 billion. $1,600 million in debt. And he comes to say, you left 900. So who going to pay off the other $700 million that you left there? From your bad record that just went through year after year, year after year. And when I begin to turn things around, you say, give you back the Ministry of Finance to mash up again. That is how the music played, Mr. Speaker. So that is that story. But his story is a little bit more complex than that. I have here in my hand the medium-term debt management strategy, 2013 to 2015. I have in my hand the minute paper from the Financial Secretary Act in the 24th of February 2015. I had asked her to give me a sense of where the country was in terms of the financing. He said, I wish to advise that based on the recent data, as at 31st December 2014, the external debt was $766.07 million. All that is saying people abroad, Douglas owe. $766.07 million. And right here, he owed entities, businesses, and individuals $997.64, nearly $1,000 million. He owed people here. What he left couldn't pay these people off. The total public debt is $1,766.71 million. This is corroborated in the report from the Ministerial under his watch, dated December 2012. Can this man come back to ruin the finances of the country again after we have been doing such a fantastic job? $1.6 billion in indebtedness. And when he spoke the untruth, I called the Accountant General. I said, Mr. Accountant General, are you paying attention to what the ex-Prime Minister is saying? Did you hear him told a big untruth? That's the parliamentary language for lie. We don't say lie in here. We say untruth. And he said, no, I'm telling you what not to say. I'm not saying it. I'm guiding, especially members of the public. I see the shape of someone's mouth out there, and I know they were going to say, it's a lie, but that would be unparliamentary. And I asked the Accountant General, he didn't know what the member for number 6 is talking about. Never happened. Never happened. And yet he comes into the parliament without regard for truth. Without regard for truth. And then the senator opposite, she comes and she said she wants a truth initiative. Look to your left for a truth initiative. Look to the member for number 6 for truth and reconciliation. Coming here with fancy words I just learned in a school and figure that people out there don't understand, that they don't have no substance. But truth initiative. When the man sitting next to you, the honorable member, is telling such a great untruth, forcing the public servants who have served him faithfully as they ought to bow their head in shame at the extreme to which he will go to score political points. Never happened under his watch. And I hope he will never again repeat that untruth. But there is another part, an interesting part to the story of indebtedness. Because in this $1,600 million of debt he left, like an albatross around the neck of the country of St. Kitts and Nevis, we left out another nearly $1 billion in the land peninsula. That was put away. That had suddenly become no more. And now we have to be paying for it. $776 billion he put away. Take it off the books. Hide it. That is why he was able, in one of the debates, to tell the member for number 8, don't ask me about that. That is a private matter. You remember, member? A private matter. I will not answer anything on SIDF. Go to the board. Technically right and morally wrong. Morally wrong, Mr. Speaker. So $776 million taken from the balance sheet. And since we came to office, I have had to pay over $200 $100 million to carry down that debt that he had put away, because it is still there. The citizens, he was getting another nearly $1 billion. We did that to bring back to the people of St. Kitts what we promised them, to redeem the land that he had put away under the falsehood that the debt now gone, because the issue of the national debt had become a worrying matter in the political marketplace. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the good side of the member for number 6, wrestling with his bad side, and the bad side always win. Something is significant about that. Because he comes to tell us about the CBI program. The CBI program which he said we killed.
First of all, I'm a Christian.
He's a Christian. Mr. Speaker, the true story of the CBI program was that in 2014, he left it comatose. He left it in ICU. That's how he left it. Near dead. But this Team Unity administration rescued it and gave it fresh and new life. That is why we could still be discussing it. In May of 2014, the program got a near deadly blow when the FinCEN advisory told us that the US government had lost all confidence in the leadership of the member for number 6. In November 2014, he run gone. He'll come back. In November of 2014, the Canadian government told us they had no respect for Denzel Douglas. And as a result of it, all of us had to suffer. No longer will we get visa-free access to Canada. Going to Canada, save and accept for the price, was like going to Nevis, going to Antigua. Nobody asks you for visas and arrival. Now, Tut Moon and Sam, Bagay too, have to get a visa. All because of the problems of dishonesty, of lack of transparency, which Douglas, the member for number 6, presided over. And then, he should be the last. When I came in, John Giuliani, over at what we call Jacta, told me that the former Prime Minister had invited him to go to Dominica with him to invest in the CBI program there. He told me that, Mr. Speaker. And you ask yourself, a country that has been so good to you, why would you want your nationals to leave their country to go to a next countryman to invest in that country and leave yours poorer than it would be? That is the nature. Later on, we understand. I spoke to Giuliani. I got Giuliani to invest millions in a plaza over there. I spoke to him. Ambassador Michael Powell spoke to him, because I recognize Giuliani's and Ambassador Powell still remain in good friendship. And I explained to Ambassador Powell what mischief the opposition leader seemingly was doing, trying to woo away the investment opportunities of St. Kitts and Nevis. In my view, for a strange land. Lo and behold, we discovered that the member for number 6 had in his pocket a diplomatic passport for the Commonwealth of Dominica. And then everything made sense. John Giuliani come to Dominica, invest in Dominica. I am a diplomat for the Commonwealth of Dominica. That is what my diplomatic passport says.
Mr. Speaker,
I
rise on a point of order because the member is misleading the House with regard to comments or any action on my part in inviting people to go to Dominica from St. Kitts to invest. That is not true.
It is.
And it has to be withdrawn.
It better not
Again,
be
I ask,
withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker, that has to be withdrawn. That is not true.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for number 7, the member
Mr.
for...
Speaker, I merely reported what was told to me
Yes.
by Mr. John Giuliani.
Yes,
If that
but-
is not
but
his recollection, that is a truthful statement
Allow me though.
reported to me.
Allow me to adjudicate on that point of
Yes.
order. Honourable Member for
Can't tell me what
number...
the man said to me.
Honourable Member for number 6, the presenter has indicated that what someone said to him, and so you are not in a position to speak to what someone said to him. I would allow you to simply rise and indicate that you did not have that conversation with the gentleman, but I can't ask him to withdraw what he's indicating someone said to him. I think that should be fair and reasonable.
So, Mr. Speaker, again,
Yes.
I emphasize, I've had no such conversation. I have asked no one to invest in another country from St. Kitts and Nevis. That is untrue. And I want to make that absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the member for number 7 is deliberately misleading the House. I really think so.
Okay, Honourable Member for number 6, again, you went well in what you said, but in terms of extending it to say that the member is misleading.
I think, as I said. That's what I think, but there's no evidence on my part for that.
Okay, let's continue. I think both members have given their version. Let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the public. Thank you, Madam Clerk, that I made that report to Parliament before now.
Not in my presence, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
Not
you're-
in my presence. With respect.
But
Not
why you're
in
getting
my
up and-
presence.
Why are you getting up and
Honourable
again?
members,
The
honourable
Speaker has
members,
ruled.
honourable members, I don't think, order, I don't think we need to belabor the point. I've given both members a fair chance to give their version. Let's move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, we move on. So, Mr. Speaker, I am also aware that the member for number 6 took the database of the Citizenship by Investment Program to Antigua and engaged the government of Antigua with respect to
I
that,
rise
Mr.
on the point
Speaker.
of order. I have
Please.
done no such thing. In fact,
Yes,
I never had the database of this country's
You did.
citizenship program. Never did. It is not my business to have such a database.
but you took it.
And so the member is not only misleading, he is telling falsehood in this House.
Not true.
Falsehood in this House. You can defend your budget, you can wrap up, but do not mislead this House in the process. Don't do that.
I wouldn't.
Thank
Speak
you.
like a man who can defend your
Honourable
budget.
member,
Mr. Speaker.
you've made your point. Thank
That's what
you.
you need to do.
Let's
Mr.
move on.
Speaker, the truth of the thing, to have fire to its tail, I heard my grandmother said before, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member for number 6 would deny that he has interest in a CBI project in Dominica owned and managed by Anthony Hayden.
Mr. Speaker, again, I rise on a point of order. I have no interest in
Honourable
any
member,
project
yeah.
in Dominica.
Let me-
He is misleading the
Honourable
House
member.
deliberately.
Honourable member, please. Permit, I will allow you to speak.
Please.
There is reaction from the gallery. Please, not tolerated. Honourable member for number 6, continue, please.
I was saying, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, number 7, who is wrapping up this debate on the budget, is misleading the House. He just said a moment ago that I have an interest in a project that is taking place in Dominica. It is not true. Never did, not interested, and never had an interest. Simple as that. Again, I said, Mr. Speaker, if the member is going to wrap up his budget debate, then he must not yield to falsehoods and to mislead in this House.
I wouldn't do that.
That's what you're doing, clearly.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
That's what you're doing.
I'll show you.
If you have facts, speak of facts.
Thank you.
The
Falsehoods.
evidence.
Let's continue, please.
Bring me evidence. Bring it. Let me see.
Order.
Let speakers see the evidence.
Mr. Speaker, well, I shall not go there this time. I will spare you.
Spare me.
Except you will admit that Anthony Hayden secured for you a special immigrant status in Dubai as a
Mr.
result
Speaker,
of your connection with him.
Again,
You
I
will
rise
admit
on a
that,
point
Mr.
of
Speaker.
order. I rise on a
Part
point
of
of
the
order.
arrangement to betray your country.
Neither sought nor provided me with any immigrant status in Dubai. Never did, Mr. Speaker. That is a falsehood again.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member for number 6. Honourable Member for number 7, in the last few minutes of your presentation, you're making some very direct and what I believe is referred to as statements of fact. So, in that case,
I will unravel all of this.
No, I would advise though, yes, I would have to agree. I would have to agree, order, I would have to agree with Honourable Member for number 6 that if you're going to do that, then of course the chair would need to see some documentary evidence of those statements
Mr.
of fact.
Speaker, that would be revealed. Mr. Speaker, we had in this Parliament too the very behavior of the member for number 6 when I had risen in the Parliament, when I stood up to announce to the country that he was a holder of a diplomatic passport to Dominica. You denied it too.
Speaker, never denied that I held a passport. Never denied this. I denied that I was a citizen of Dominica, and I continue to insist on that. Never denied I had a passport. I said I was never a citizen, and I still insist on that.
You are the best.
Never denied that I had a passport for Dominica. Never ever denied. I denied in this House when the Attorney General was purporting that I was a citizen of Dominica, and I still deny that.
Thank you. Let's continue.
Mr. Speaker, you see why they will have trouble over there? Because you see, the member for number 6 operates on the assumption that he can make a falsehood true. The member for number 6 repeatedly told the country, he doesn't have no passport. And when he was caught,
As often as I have to rise to sustain what is truth, especially pertaining to me, I will rise. I never told the country I didn't have a passport for Dominica. Again, I always insisted I am not a citizen of Dominica. I say it again here in this House.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member for number 6. And on that note, gentlemen, as the chair, I do see a distinction between whether someone has a passport or someone said he is a citizen. And so, unless I can be provided with some evidence that the member for number 6 said that he never had a passport, and what he said was he was not a citizen of Dominica, again I see the distinction, so I believe we can move on from that point.
we certainly can move on, Mr. Speaker. Because the point is well made, Mr. Speaker, that it is unbecoming of any member of the Parliament to hold a diplomatic passport for another country?
You can't determine.
A diplomatic, that's why you got thrown out of the parliament by the High Court. Because you had allegiance according to Justice, what's her name? Chief Justice, to Dominica. You were between two masters. The Bible told you, you can't love the two. You would despise one and love the other. And you showed love for Dominica. You went to Dubai. You criticized the program. You launched a blistering attack when we launched the Hurricane Relief Fund. You attempted to undermine the success of St. Kitts and Nevis's program so that your monetary interest in Dominica could be magnified. You sought to
I
undermine
rise
our
on a
CBI
point of
program.
order. He's
You are not
leading
worthy
the House.
to be in
I have
Parliament.
no monetary interest in Dominica
His passport
so that it
is
could
there.
not be magnified. He is misleading the House. And Mr. Speaker, you need to speak to the members seriously about this. Otherwise, we're going to hear all night. Because I am not going to allow him to mislead the House and speak falsehood of me. I will not allow that. With your respect.
Let's continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You would love one more. Can't be bought. And I really don't understand it, you know. When you are a member of a parliament in the Westminster model, you must be able to say, of all the land, be they east or west, I love my native land the best.
I can say that.
Nobody believes you because you're a Christian sinner, man. It's the good side.
You know what you are. I won't tell
Good
you.
side.
I wish you were outside.
And the bad side, Mr. Speaker, that are in collision. That is what is happening. The member must know it was inappropriate.
Who you are.
Inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. How could you love your country with all this drama? How could you love your country and love the people for number 6 and you know that you have the diplomatic passport of the Commonwealth of Dominica, playing smart with it? Come to St. Kitts, show up with your St. Kitts passport. As soon as you get to Dominica, I have all the travel. He showed them his Dominican diplomatic passport.
Again,
in Antigua,
I want
in
to make it
Barbados,
absolutely clear.
playing a game of hide
What
and seek.
he is saying did not take place.
Yes, that's how we call
I
it.
will not leave here with a St. Kitts passport
You did.
and switch passports in Dominica.
You
That is a lie, with respect.
I will. Eh? Yes.
That is a falsehood.
Yes. you
Whenever I
did.
travel, I travel. If I leave with a particular passport, I travel on that.
No.
I had good reason to travel on a Dominica passport when I wanted to use it.
No.
Don't come and confuse people here.
No.
If you're going to wrap up properly.
And we
Otherwise,
will-
I'll challenge you every time.
We will, and I will provide the documentation.
Provide the
Because you tendered them in court, you
Provide
forget?
documentation.
You tendered them in
Provide-
court.
Of course I did.
Yes.
Of course
Anyway.
I did. Provide the
Have a seat, we
documentation.
continue. Mr. Speaker, we could leave that because in the court of public opinion, the people know the member. The people know the member. The people came to the reality when in Antigua, the Chief Justice delivered judgment and indictment upon the people of St. Kitts. Here it is, for the first time, 54 member states of the Commonwealth, thereabout. First time, a member of Parliament thrown out of the Parliament by a court for breach of the very regulations.
What happened to the verdict case?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Accused of
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Eh?
That is the nature of the member for number 6. Mr. Speaker, he came to the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, professing to be one thing. The good side is one of patriotism. The bad side hold a diplomatic passport under the protection of the issuing state, Mr. Speaker. That is what it is. This is what it is, Mr. Speaker. This is what it is. Unworthy. And the High Court said, get him out of here. And we have asked the Attorney General to seek to recover every cent that you got. When you were pretending to be a legitimate member of the Parliament, when you were not, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General must quickly bring a determination to Cabinet. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to make the point that the past misdeeds of the Douglas administration sullied the good name of my beloved country. We, Mr. Speaker, are moving forward, Mr. Speaker, and the administration which you head is in the rearview mirror of this country, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite has been weighed in the scale and found wanting, Mr. Speaker. And they come, Mr. Speaker, with a song and dance. I would have loved to see, said the good side of the bad man, a people-centered budget. And then he denied the very content of the people-centered nature of the budget. Because that is the nature. That was the nature of the man who in Warner Park outstretched the arm to the member for number 4. Let us come together and unite for one. And then the backside of the man goes to Old Road. And he said, I would have kicked him, I would have backside, I would have backside and good side. Which side do you accept, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, our people-centered budget makes the provision, Mr. Speaker, for those who have lost their jobs to receive their severance payment. We have already paid out $11+ million in severance payment. The member opposite, the member for number 6, set up the long service gratuity, and he put it as a burden on the severance fund. And as a consequence, the severance fund under him was in red every year. Did not have enough money to make severance payment, did not have enough money to pay the long service gratuity. It was a reckless move. Reckless move. And we will correct it. In fact, it is part of the discussion we are having with the tripartite committee with respect to amendments to the protection of employment law. Mr. Speaker, because we are a people-centered government, we have made provision for the at-risk people who need hope and who need to be re-engaged to live lives that are responsible and productive. Because this is a people-centered budget, we created a new ministry of entertainment and entrepreneurship and talent development. And a member opposite said, well, we needed a bit more specifics. Well, this ministry came after the election. There was no budget to create the support infrastructure. But in 2021, we have made provision for the new people to come in, to head and to lead that particular ministry. But the dynamic member for number 3, God blesses her, has been working very hard. She has reached out to the new group of entertainers and promoters that form part of the PACE grouping, and she has had several meetings with them. She has been in dialogue with people like Amali. She has been in dialogue with people like Stachio Williams. She had been in dialogue with a noted promoter from St. Kitts, Mr. Berry, in Canada. And so the conversation continues. Building out a people-centered program for the entertainers and the artists that will make every boy and girl in St. Kitts and Nevis proud. Even now within the budget, I don't know, they prepared their response to the budget before it was delivered. So when they were speaking, it no longer made sense. Because in that budget, we propose a cooperation between the Department of Entertainment and the Department on the Justice, what it's called, Intellectual Property Department, to protect their creative productions. The budget speaks of that. The budget spoke to the fact that due to the intervention of the member for number 3, 200 persons are to benefit from special support, ICTs, from the cable company. And you go to the budget, you see the long list of things that we are going to be doing, but they want specifics. They did not read the budget. One get a note written by the gentleman from Antigua who lost every election in Mount Strat in Antigua, in St. Kitts and Nevis. Fake operatives, because they want persons who would agree for a price to tell an untruth. The people-centered budget spoke to the build-out of sports development, and the Minister of Sports spoke to this. Yes, one of the, I would say, the tragedies of the long tenure of the member for number 6 is a season of neglect that the people for number 6 has had. For that long period that the people of number 6 lent him their votes, he hadn't treated them well. Go to Parsons, careful. Go to Sadler's. What kind of facilities you have left them there? What kind of court? Just as it was Chosa Marta, let them use that. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will cure those difficulties. The honourable member spoke to the National Health Insurance. That we continue to work to deliver better health care to all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I know persons, and I've heard him mention Derek Freights, but there are several persons in Bird Rock and elsewhere who had called, giving us the reminder that this national health insurance had become important to them. We are near completing the technical studies and evaluation, and the national health insurance will be a legacy deliverable from the Team Unity government. This budget, because it is people-centered, spoke to the fact that the government will make about $10 million next year available to persons who want to pursue university learning and other forms of tertiary level engagement. We want to enhance the ability of our people to contribute to nation building. This budget makes provision for the build-out of the cardiac unit at the Draenave Hospital, because we care about people, sick and vulnerable as they may be. And indeed, heart diseases is one of the largest contributor contributors to debt in our country. Non-communicable diseases are our biggest challenge here. Yes, this budget sets out $5 million to help the small man and woman in business because we are people-centered. Yes, this budget gave $100 million to the Ministry of Education because we are concerned about people, the students, the teachers, the auxiliary workers, the parents and guardians. And we are concerned about the development of the wider society. I heard the Attorney General speak to the capital projects over at East Square Street, how we had purchased the Barker and Kelly building to provide additional suitable space to do the work in pursuance of law and order and justice. And he spoke about the need for justice to be swift if it is to serve the deterrent purpose and really bring reprieve and relief. We are investing in our people in these ways because we are a people-centered government. In this budget, we have made provision to repair the Bachelor's House up at Fort Lands. This administration is looking after Bachelor's Estate, Mr. Speaker. We are honoring Bachelor's sterling contribution to the people who name him their papa. Yes, this budget will provide resources for the National Museum because it is all about people. And this budget provides for the construction of the St. Peter's Health Facility because it is all about people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader seemed to have had a problem with Social Security assisting unemployed people with the payout of the $1,000 stimulus. And he said, Mr. Speaker, by and large, it was a bad thing. Mr. Speaker, how could he say that? Social Security money, he acknowledges a people's money. Social Security in the main was established to replace wages of persons when they become vulnerable, sickness, maternity, injury on the job, pension when you retire. And the policy was that you will get some form of reward compensation from the Social Security having contributed to the scheme. The member for number 8 would have made the valid point that we didn't do this willy-nilly. The Social Security had its own legal advice that reflected the resources that it was going to use. It was in order to do so. And the thousands of persons who benefited from that $1,000 a month to help keep their head above water, they thanked the Social Security and they felt ashamed that the member for number 6 had reservations about that, begrudging them the opportunity to get their $1,000 per month, Mr. Speaker. That is why the country must continue to move on in unity, in love, in togetherness. If the member for number 6 does not want to be part of the progress in St. Kitts and Nevis, he is free to use his Dominican passport and to go to live somewhere there. Not a problem. But our country will continue to progress. And I pledge, Mr. Speaker, that I will continue to work hard for every boy and girl in the country. I shall remember the poor. I shall hear their voice and their cries. Their cry will become my cry. Their hurt will become mine. Their joy will become mine. And their suffering will be mine. That is why this particular budget, which I enumerated item after item, provided a social safety net of over $50 million available for the poor people. It is remarkable that after 20 years, the member for number 6 exits the parliament in a dishonorable way by the judgment of the court. And he entered the parliament with the cry that his constituency under the PAM administration was the poorest constituency in St. Kitts and Nevis. Data after data, census after census, relay the fact that under the member for number 6, the people of St. Christopher 6 still remain the poorest in the country. What it was in the beginning, so it is in the end. Take a community like Parsons. What have you done for the people of Parsons Village? What have you done? Go down in St. Paul's. You see persons on the brink of the gut living in St. Paul's where you live. Well, one of the places you live. 3 minutes walk from where he lived by the Edinburgh's residence is the St. Paul's police station. The sergeant reported time after time the dilapidated condition of the St. Paul's police station. And Mr. Speaker, that police station, Mr. Speaker, became so dilapidated that it had to be closed. And the Minister of National Security lived 3 minutes away from the police station. And he comes in this budget to try to convince people that he is concerned about national security issues and law and order, Mr. Speaker. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Paul's will try something new. That is right. I am concerned about it because we need to ensure that throughout this land of beauty, we create a Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden, Mr. Speaker, must be for the people of Harris Village. It must be for the people of Sadlers. It must be for the people of Parsons Village. It must be for the people of Deerpay. It must be for the people of St. Paul's. And it must be for the people of Newton Ground. And I said to those people, when the opportunity presents itself, we shall present again a winning candidate for the people of number 6. They will try something new. They have had enough. They have had enough of the past. And it is time for the people of number 6 to move on, Mr. Speaker. To move on, Mr. Speaker, to something new, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know where the member is at. He cannot deliver anymore. Let's face it. He cannot deliver anymore to the people of number 6. For the people of this country, but when we were in opposition, we were doing things. You can't just wait until you come in government to be doing for the people, or else what use are you to them? Why can't you start a class, help them from an opposition? Why can't you provide services of empowerment? I heard the member for St. Christopher once said he bought his suit to become a minister 15 years ago. So 15 years ago, and when he came to Parliament the first time, the suit fits so proper. You know that it wasn't 15 years ago. But I think he was trying to make the point that he was preparing himself He spoke a number of initiatives. You don't wait till you become in government to help people and to look after people. And I'm glad to hear you say that tonight. I'm glad that in the Parliament are the persons who will lead this action to ensure better days come to the people. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Better days come to the people of St. Kitts. The Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden, Mr. Speaker, is for all of us. Flourishing. That's what the metaphor is about. Flourishing. Prosperity. The farmers in St. Paul's and elsewhere can't get any help. And in contrast, Eddie James, out of your country of Dominica, was given 500 acres of St. Kitts land at the outskirts of St. Paul's for farming. And a young man from St. Paul's died the week before he died. He called into the program to tell you he needed compensation from Kitty O'Neill that had uprooted his farm. The man died. Sad, Mr. Speaker. The Capisteer program, you had leased it to Edison James.
Honourable member,
Rise on a point of order.
honourable member,
Leased it.
On a point of
honourable
order,
member
Mr.
for number
Speaker.
6.
Yes.
I was about to say and ask you
Right.
to refrain from the crosstalk.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, you're rising on a point of order, which I really did not hear what the
I'll tell
member
you
said
what he
just
said.
now. No.
He
no,
said,
because-
I leased
No, I would not accept
500
it.
acres of land.
I would not accept
Come on.
even hearing it, because I was about to intervene and bring some order to the House and say to you, honourable member, you're interjecting too frequently, and at that point you actually rose and he simply did not hear what the member said. So what I would want to say, please refrain from that commenting on everything the member is saying now. It's not helping the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The long list of farmers for number 6 who had been denied. The long list of farmers who we have provided land to. The long list of farmers in number 6 who I have had to give the help of the STEP program. And they all said, that man never helped us. That man was too busy taking for granted the people of number 6, Mr. Speaker. This is what we are talking to. And I am saying that Mr. Edison James came from Dominica and had access to 500 acres of land in the area called Capisteer.
Mr. Speaker,
I am saying that.
again I rise on a point of
Honourable
order.
member,
I don't know what he getting
I
up
can
with.
hardly-
No, because,
honourable member
yes,
for number 6.
yes.
The member presenting
Yes.
has articulated to this House some matter to do with some lands.
It is not true.
Well, honourable member,
It is not true, Mr. Speaker.
honourable member, he has not directed
That's how he knows.
order.
How you mean how I know? I was the Prime Minister at that
Order,
time.
honourable member, it doesn't work like that. Order,
You were the Prime Minister.
order. Honourable member for number 6, the member has stated something to do with 500 acres of land. In my opinion, he has not directed any accusation against you as the member for number 6, so I will not allow a point of order to what he said just now. Continue, honourable member for number 7.
I want to wrap up the debate, this interruption. Mr. Speaker, point I'm making, and there's a pattern. I have the documents. I could call the name of one of the signatories to that document involving Edison James. Mr. Edmead and I were outside government headquarters when Edison James came to Mr. Edmead. What about the transportation? Mr. Edmead turned to me and he said, boy, every time he comes up here, Dr. Douglas tell me to facilitate him, give him a driver and give him this and that to take him around. He said, boy, the protocol should have extended.
But that is not true. He's again accusing me of doing things that are false. That is not true.
I am reporting.
That is not true. And you can't say someone told you so. So it is true. It cannot be.
As honorable members,
We were there already earlier.
it's a simple matter. Trust me, honorable members.
Yes.
The member is saying what someone reported to him.
And I'm saying it is not true.
Well, I would allow you
Right.
to rise and deny it.
Yes,
and we move on.
it is not true.
Thank you.
And Mr. Edmead did not tell him that.
Mr. Speaker, just on a note in terms of pattern, the entire country knows, for example, that over at the peninsula, where the Derby had access to resources from the SIDF fund, 16 million US dollars, 43 million EC dollars.
That is a fact.
How many persons from St. Paul's, from Parsons, from Sadler's got that benefit and privilege? And when I sat with Buddy Darby told me, I told him, I said, from the beginning, you know we were not in favor, not of the project, but of the method of financing, that the Team Unity administration could not support the fact that a foreign person who ought to have brought in his foreign investment to the country will come in this, the land of our birth, get $43 million. $43 million from an entity here, and he had nothing to show for it. Indeed, when Darby came to St. Kitts, Darby had a legal action in the court of South Carolina. The charge was oppression of his family, who said that he had squandered away the resources. And that man came, had dinner with member opposite, and after that dinner, the records of the SIDF would show that the board initially rejected the application for the Christopher Harbour. And a man comes in, get $43 million. Nobody else get that benefit. Talking about pattern, that Sanford building up there was the same pattern. A man comes into this country and was able to get land at the airport at 25 cents a square foot, while he's selling to people in the country land at $3 and $4. The Speaker, that is what we're talking about. So we bid goodbye to the past, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward. Mr. Speaker, could you control the member for number 6 with the cost start? Mr. Speaker, a little courtesy would be appreciated.
Talk from both sides.
After this long tenure as a member of Parliament,
Meaning of course,
should at
it's coming from both sides.
expect better. And Mr. Speaker, the country has looked at the performance of the Douglas administration, and they have looked at the performance of the Harris's administration. And on the 5th of June, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis voted overwhelmingly for a stronger and safer future. This budget is a tool for the delivery of the stronger and safer future to all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Those who have been excluded in the past are now part of the arrangement. When nothing was for Nevis, this budget has provided for Nevis. That is what we are doing. When certain parts could not get their roads fixed, this budget has provided for those parts. And a leader, yes, must be fixated on his people. Yes, I am fixated that the people of number 6 have not had enough. And this budget will ensure that more and better is done for them and for all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please this honorable House.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Prime Minister and mover of the appropriation bill. I was looking at my notes to see how long you would have replied. 4:25, yes, to 6:50, 2 hours and 25 minutes for your reply.
Minus the interruption from the member of the
Honourable members, that brings the actual debate itself to an end, and I call on a member to move the second reading so we can go into committee. Could someone move the second reading, or could you just ask for the question to be put, honourable member, honourable mover, for the second reading, yes. Mm-hmm.
I beg to move that the bill entitled the Appropriation 2021 Bill 2020 be read a second time and pass. And I would further request that thereafter we get into committee with respect to the said bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the Appropriation 2021 Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House moves into committee. I'm sorry? Oh yes, it must be read. It must be read a second time. My apologies.
A bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2021 and ending on 31st December 2021, otherwise known as the Appropriation 2021 Bill 2020.
The bill has been read a second time. House into committee stage.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
I will now go through the schedule. Ministry, Part 1, Recurrent Expenditure. E01, Governor General, $1,114,943.
The question is that the head E01, Governor General, in the amount of $1,114,943 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E02, Parliament, $1,098,115.
The question is that the head 02 Parliament in the amount of $1,098,115 stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E03 Audit Office, $1,152,249.
The question is that the item Audit Office in the amount of $1,152,249 stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E04, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, $7,689,079.
The question is that line item, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, in the amount of $7,689,079 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E05, Office of the Prime Minister, $65,178,222.
The question is that the item, Office of the Prime Minister, in the amount of $65,178,222 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E06, Ministry of National Security, $64,307,722.
The question is that the item, Ministry of National Security, in the amount of $64,307,722 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E07, Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs, $4,673,747.
The question is that the item, Ministry of International Trade et al., in the amount of $4,673,747 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E08, Ministry of Finance, $150,427,432.
The question is that head item 08, Ministry of Finance, in the amount of $150,427,432 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E09, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, $37,132,558.
The question is that item, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, in the amount of $37,132,558 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E10, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, $9,137,924.
The question is that head item 10, in the amount of Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, in the amount of $9,137,924 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E11, Ministry of Tourism and Transport, $25,170,136.
The question is that the item number 11, Ministry of Tourism and Transport, in the amount of $25,170,136 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E12, Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Posts and Urban Development, $21,776,920.
The question is that the item, Ministry of Public Infrastructure et al., in the amount of $21,776,920 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E13, Ministry of Education, $75,216,577.
The question is that the item, Ministry of Education, in the amount of $75,216,577 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E14, Ministry of Health, $57,214,909.
The question is that the item, Ministry of Health, in the amount of $57,214,909 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
E15, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, $8,301,471.
The question is that head number 15, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, in the amount of $8 $8,301,471 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E16, Ministry of Sustainable Development, $6,624,459.
The question is that the item Ministry of Sustainable Development in the amount of $6,624,459 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Aviation, $19,408,896.
The question is that the line item Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Aviation in the amount of $19,408,896 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E18, Office of the Attorney General, $11,159,443.
The question is that item head 18, the Office of the Attorney General, in the amount of $11,159,443 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E19, Ministry of Labor, $1,915,477.
The question is that the Ministry of Labor in the amount of $1,915,477 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E20, Ministry of Human Settlements, Ecclesiastical Affairs, and National Health Insurance, $1,238,609.
The question is that head 20, Ministry of Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical Affairs, and National Health Insurance in the amount of $1,238,609 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E21, Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives, $1,299,049.
The question is that the line item Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives in the amount of $1,299,049 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
E22, Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Communications, $5,702,693.
The question is that the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Communications in the amount of $5,702,693 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure, $576,940,630.
The question is that the total recurrent expenditure in the amount of $576,940,630 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Part 2, Capital Expenditure and Net Lending, C01, Governor General, $500,000.
The question is that the item Governor General has an allocation of $500,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C02, Parliament, $1,500,000.
The question is that line item Parliament in the amount of $1,500,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C03, Audit Office. There are no funds allocated for this office.
The question is that the Audit Office has a $0 allocation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C04, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, $700,000.
The question is that the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs has $700,000 allocated for capital expenditure. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C05, Office of the Prime Minister, $15,525,000.
The question is that capital item C05, the Office of the Prime Minister, in the amount of $15,525,000 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C06, Ministry of National Security, $21,870,112.
The question is that capital item 06, Ministry of National Security, in the amount of $21,870,112 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C07, Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs, $670,000.
The question is that line item, Ministry of International Trade et al., in the amount of $670,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C08, Ministry of Finance, $12,062,000.
The question is that capital item 08, Ministry of Finance, in the amount of $12,062,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C09, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, $1,077,868.
The question is that item, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, in the amount of $1,077,868 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C10, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, $6,707,966.
The question is that the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources has an allocation of $6,707,966. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C11, Ministry of Tourism and Transport, $8,927,795.
The question is that capital item 11 for the Ministry of Tourism and Transport in the amount of $8,927,795 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C12, Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Posts and Urban Development, $44,565,856.
The question is that Ministry of Public Infrastructure et al. In the amount of $44,565,856 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C13, Ministry of Education, $28,763,000.
The question is that the Ministry of Education, with an allocation of $28,763,000, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C14, Ministry of Health, $8,700,000.
The question is that item, Ministry of Health, in the amount of $8,700,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? The ayes have it.
Okay. C15, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, $2,063,995.
The question is that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, having the amount of $2,063,995, stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C16, Ministry of Sustainable Development, $19,564,887.
The question is that line item, Ministry of Sustainable Development, in the amount of $19,564,887 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Aviation, $2,368,944.
The question is that the item Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Aviation in the amount of $2,368,944 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C18, Office of the Attorney General, $500,000.
The question is that item Office of the Attorney General in the amount of $500,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C19, Ministry of Labor, $7,200,000.
The question is that the Ministry of Labor, line item C19, in the amount of $7,200,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C20, Ministry of Human Settlements, Ecclesiastical Affairs and National Health Insurance, $6,100,000.
The question is that capital item C20, the Ministry of Human Settlements et al. In the amount of $6,100,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C21, Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives,
The question, sorry.
$1,458,000.
The question is that item Ministry of Environment and Cooperatives in the amount of $1,458,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
C22, Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Communications, $1,870,000.
The question is that capital head C22, the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Communications in the amount of $1,870,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure, $192,695,423.
The question is that total capital expenditure in the amount of $192,695,423 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Net lending, $500,000.
The question is that the item net lending in the amount of $500,000 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure and net lending, $193,195,423.
The question is that line item total capital expenditure and net lending in the amount of $193,195,423 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent capital and net lending charges on consolidated fund, $770,136,053.
The question is that line item total recurrent capital and net lending charges on consolidated fund in the amount of
$770,132,053.
In the amount of $770,136,053 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total provided by law, $97,783,789.
The question is that the line item named total provided by law in the amount of $97,783,789 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total estimates 2021, $867,919,842.
The question is that the item total estimates 2021 in the amount of $867,919,842 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause,
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
the title,
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise with your leave to report that the appropriation 2021 bill 2020 has gone through committee stages without amendment. I therefore now request, Mr. Speaker, that we could have the third reading of the bill and it be passed. I should also note that this being a money bill, the fiat of His Excellency, the Governor General, has been sought and received. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honourable members, and I do advise the House that I do have the fiat of the Governor General here. The question is that the appropriation 2021 bill 2020 be read a third time and passed. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
a bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2021 and ending on 31st December 2021, otherwise known as the Appropriation 2021 Bill 2020.
The bill has been read a third time and passed.
Adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we adjourn the House sine die. I reserve my opportunity to speak.
Honourable members, on the adjournment, I suspect members will be making contribution, and I would ask the Deputy Speaker to preside for the first few presentations on the adjournment until I return.
Madam Deputy Speaker, permit me to rise at this time.
Wait, I did not recognize you.
Sorry?
I did not recognize you. I have to say I recognize you for you to speak.
I didn't understand you.
I said that I did not recognize you for you to begin to speak.
Oh, please. Of course.
I recognize the honorable member for number 6.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise at this time to express my best wishes and to commend all who have participated in our debates in this House over the last 12 months. It is a time of the year when we, in celebrating the birth of Christ, would wish each and every one a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year that ensues after the Christmas season. To all members of this House, I would wish you and your families the very best for the season, good health, and of course, safety. To all who are participating and have participated in this House, the security officers, the clerks, the assistant clerk, stenographer, I also would wish the very same for them, that the Christmas season would be one that is enjoyable, safe, and of course, healthy. To the people of my constituency, number 6, and all those who are very strong supporters and members of the Labour Party family, I would also wish each and every one of you out there in Radio Land and otherwise my very best wishes for the season. For those who are in fact listening by way of the internet and who are outside of St. Kitts and Nevis, I would wish, of course, for them the very same for the Christmas season and beyond. This has been somewhat of a challenging year, especially since the month of March, when we have been seriously threatened with the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope that we will continue to be safe. I hope that the travels that we plan to have, or those who plan to come to our country, would find it safe so to do, and would be very, very particular with the conduct of your own behavior so that people who are here would not in any way be endangered in terms of their own health. With these few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wish the very same for you. May it please you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for number 6.
Madam.
Honourable Member for number 6, your microphone.
Sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy, and on the adjournment, I rise to wish all of the constituents of East Bastille a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021, and by extension, the entire Federation. Madam Deputy, I too would like to wish all of my fellow parliamentarians and their families the very best. Having been here, it has been a year of learning and learning quickly, opportunities for growth, and of course, having to deal with the pandemic. But as I would have said before, I am confident that we will be able to get through this together, and we ought to give God thanks. And I urge us all to be safe. I must thank, Madam Deputy, all of those persons, both locally and even in the diaspora, for their support thus far on my journey being here, this being my very first budget session, whether it was a question or a telephone call, their prayers, their sound counsel, whatever it was, I am indeed grateful and I appreciate it. And in closing, Madam Deputy, family means the world to me. And I take this opportunity to wish my entire family, my wife and my children in particular, but my family by extension, thanking them for their support as well and wishing them the very best. Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021, and I look forward to even greater support in 2021. May it please you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member for number 1.
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for number 5.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I too rise to extend season's greetings and utmost success for 2021 to all honourable members of this House. I also extend similar sentiments to all of the persons who have provided service in one way or the other to the Honourable House. In my capacity of leader of the People's Action Movement, I also take the opportunity to extend the very best for the rest of this year and for 2021 to all of the supporters of the People's Action Movement. Of course, the presence of the members here of the People's Action Movement would have only been made possible through the support that those persons would have given in the election of June of this year. However, I also acknowledge that the People's Action Movement is here as part of a coalition government, and as such, to all of the supporters of Team Unity, be it PLP or CCM, I extend season's greetings. The fact, though, is that as a Member of Parliament, I also serve all of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, to all persons, be it citizens and residents living here or those living abroad, I extend the very best greetings to those persons. As I look forward to 2021, of course, there are a number of persons who work in the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Post and Urban Development. To those persons and their family members, I wish them the best. Finally, in taking my seat, I've been here for the last 16 or so years through the good people of Sandy Point placing their confidence in me. I am eternally grateful for that support that they have given over the years. It is a partnership at work between myself and all of the people of Sandy Point. And to that extent, Madam Deputy Speaker, I not only thank them for their support, but as we approach 2021, I continue to ask them for their support. I continue to wish them the very best. And I said to them that good things are in store for the people of Sandy Point. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for number 5. I recognize the Honourable Member for number 3.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the adjournment just to extend my Christmas greetings as well. First, to the people of number 3 who afforded me the opportunity to be here in Parliament as their humbled representative. I would like to thank them for the support, thank them for for lending me their vote for this time, and commit to them that in 2021 and beyond, I will continue to do all in my power to make sure that the good people of number 3 receives their fair share in this safer, stronger future. Madam Speaker, I would also like to wish all of the families in St. Christopher number 3 and the entire Federation a wonderful Christmas. It's not quite the Christmas that we are used to. This year took us through some ups and downs, twists and turns, but we managed to make it. And so I just want to continue to encourage persons, though it may seem difficult and though things may seem a bit gloomy, at the end of the day we all made it here, and we made it here safely. We also made it here safely because we continue to follow all of the protocols provided for us. And so I just want to remind persons that even as we celebrate, and I know Christmas Day is the 25th, is on Friday, I want to remind persons that the virus is not taking a break for Christmas. And so we can't take a break from our protocols either. So I encourage each and every one, even as you visit family and friends, don't forget to wear your mask, wash your hands, and social distance, so that we can make sure we're able to make it through this season healthy and safe, so that in 2021 we all can continue to live healthy lives. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the persons within the Ministry of Health, as well as the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and ICT et al., for their warm welcome to those ministries and for the support that they have given me in the past few months that I have been minister. And I look forward to working alongside with them in 2021 as we push our agenda for 2021 in ensuring that in the Ministry of Health, that the public health and safety is priority, and that we meet all the needs of each individual who come within our care, and for the ministries of ICT and entrepreneurship to ensure that we are able to build out this new ministry, as well as to ensure that we build out digital transformation that we've promised. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to just remind persons within St. Christopher 3 that tomorrow afternoon, starting at 2 p.m., we will be doing our gift and snacks distribution within the constituency. We'll have 3 trucks going throughout the community, and so I'm looking forward to meeting with the children, as we normally do, in number 3, and providing with the gifts and snacks at that time. And so with those few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, once again, I want to wish everyone here, all my fellow members of Parliament, as well as the auxiliary staff, and everyone in the gallery as well, a blessed Christmas and a bright and prosperous 2021. We've made it this far, and we will be able to make it through 2021. It might seem a bit difficult because we still have to, apart from the health, we still have our economic challenges that we will face. But I know that our country is in good hands with Team Unity, and they can rest assured that this government will continue to support each individual and as well as the country, so that we can make sure that in 2021 we're able to meet all of the mandates that we've set out. And so with that, once again, Merry Christmas to one and all. May it please you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for number 3.
Madam,
I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 10, right?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise with your leave just to offer a few words on the adjournment as well. I want, first of all, to say how privileged and humble I've been to participate in this, my first budget debate. I think it was a learning experience. It was a good experience for me, and I look forward to future debates. I want once again, as I would have done before, to say how thankful and humbled and privileged I am that the good folks of Nevis 10 would have reposed their confidence in me to send me to the federal parliament and to the Team Unity administration. And I want to say thanks as well to the good folks here in the Team Unity Cabinet, and of course my ministry, the two departments that I'm privileged to lead, Environment and Cooperatives, as well as the staff of the ministry, for welcoming me with such warmth. And I do look forward to having a fantastic working relationship with them. I want, while I'm on my feet, Madam Deputy Speaker, to extend a very happy and holy and Merry Christmas to all, including my constituents in Nevis 10 and all of Nevis. Of course, to my colleagues here on the government benches, to the opposition members on the opposition benches, to you, Madam Deputy Speaker and the Speaker, the entire staff here, and the Sergeant at Arms, the other officers, those in the gallery. I wish you a wonderful Christmas, and I would encourage us all during this season not to overdo, be moderate. This has been a challenging year for us, and those of us who have more than we need, let us lend a helping hand and try to lift up those who are down. I know at times we tend to overdrink and overeat. Let us not do that for the holiday season. Let us do it in moderation, and let us help those who are less fortunate. I want to say as well, very passionately, please don't litter for the holiday season. This is a time when people eat and drink and be merry. They use a lot of disposables. Please do not litter. Put what you use in a garbage bin. Please, let us keep our environment clean. Let us have St. Kitts and Nevis billed as the cleanest country in the world, not only in the region, but in the world. Please, let us start from this year. And I look forward to 2021. Let us move forward together. Let us be thankful for this season that we still have each other and we still have life. And let us look forward to 2021 with optimism. And I hope that everyone will have a good year ahead with good health and bountiful blessings. And once again, I do look forward to working hard. And I commit once again to quality representation to the people, the constituents of Nevis 10, and to all of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for number 10. I recognize the Honourable Member for number 8.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I rise to express Christmas greetings to you, and of course the Speaker who is absent at the moment, and to all of my colleagues here in the Parliament on both sides of the House, and their families too. Merry Christmas to all of you, and a prosperous 2021. I have to take a moment though, Madam Deputy Speaker, to congratulate St. Paul's. The St. Paul's football team has done the people of St. Paul's and the community around them very proud by winning the championships. It was what, best of 6 or something, best of 3, and they did it in 2. So I want to congratulate them at this point for their success at football. I want also, Madam Deputy Speaker, to express a note of condolences to the families who have had fallen brothers and sisters as a result of COVID, those who have died overseas. There are families here who lost individuals. I want to express condolences to those families as well. To my constituents and to the rest of the country, a very Merry Christmas to all of you, but specifically to my constituents. On Wednesday you will see me. We will make some trips to the constituency and sharing with persons in the constituency, especially those who are most deserving. We will drive through the constituency on Wednesday and conduct that exercise. There are those who are in hospital today. I want to wish them very Merry Christmas as well. I have a friend who's there, Dave Saunders, who has been there for a little while. I have seen some improvement in the last day or so when I visited him, and I trust that he recovers fully. Let me also congratulate those persons. In fact, I want to thank those persons who work with me in the Ministry of Human Settlements et al. They have put some working in the last few months because, we came together only in June. And they have done a fabulous job. Those working at NHC and Solid Waste and Social Security, they have worked very hard. Those at Social Security in particular, who did this tremendous exercise, facilitating the needs of over 8,000 persons who are affected by COVID, affected with no jobs during part of the year. I want to thank you for your hard work. I wish there was some other way we could repay you, but you understand. All of us are making sacrifices at this time. I trust that the day will come when perhaps we can do something differently for you. In congratulating the staff, I want to congratulate those staff and to thank them, those at Social Services and Gender Affairs as well, for the challenging work which they had during this period, because, when people are locked down, there's room for increased abuse, and people can become frustrated. And it was a challenging moment for many persons who work at that ministry, dealing with some of the challenges that face families during that period. I will finally say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I didn't tell him I was going to do it, but I'm going to do it now, because I have a gentleman in my ministry who got married on the weekend, Clifford Griffin, who tied the knot with a young lady from Sunny Point. And so, congratulations. I know that, my brother. I trust that, many, many years to come, you will demonstrate what a good family man should be. So, congratulations to you and your lovely wife from Sunny Point. Merry Christmas to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for number 8. I now call the Honorable Speaker to resume his position.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the adjournment to make some brief remarks, and to express also, greetings to all who I would express greetings to at the end. Mr. Speaker, this has been a challenging year, and we have spoken about it here during these debates, and of course the experiences persons have had over the last at least 9 months, thereabout. But the challenges have been further compounded for a family over there in Green Tree Housing Development in Old Road, and that is the family of Mr. Clovis Williams. On Saturday we learned of him being missing at sea, and to date he still hasn't been found. So I want to express how saddened we are from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resource at such an unfortunate incident, and hope for the best. It has been a few days now, so we're still holding out and keeping hope alive and having some faith in the process as well. While I'm at that, let me also express from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries Marine Resource the appreciation of the work that has been done by the Coast Guard, the police, the St. Kitts Nevis Defense Force, and also Marine Resource, Red Cross, and all of the personnel from the Marine Resource Department who have been out there for the last 3 days thereabout, trying to locate Mr. Williams. It is certainly an unfortunate situation, and I am hoping at some point to meet up with the family and express from the ministry standpoint our prayers and our thoughts and how we feel about this circumstance. But that certainly brings out, Mr. Speaker, an important thing that we understand the risk involved and the difficulties one can encounter, and so we have to continue to work at ensuring that we are providing a much more safer environment for fisher folks to ply their trade. But we are still hoping for the best, and the work continues in terms of the rescue or recovery efforts, and I wish everyone well in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I also want to go to a more positive thing. Later this week, I think on Wednesday, the 23rd of December, we are having a new initiative, a new activity at the public market. And I just want to say it is dubbed the Agri-Christmas Night in the Market. It is an event that is going to start at 5 p.m. and should run until just about 10 p.m. I want to invite the whole Federation, but of course we have limitations on numbers. But I want as many persons to come and buy your Christmas fresh fish. You can prepare fish for Christmas, of course. Some would want to prepare ham and turkey and the likes. But something fresh, something local will always be the way to go for Christmas Day, to ensure you're keeping the fat off of your bodies and you're eating healthy. So I want persons to come out and lend their support to this particular activity. Local food would be there. Like I said, local fresh fish and other vegetables and produce from our processors. Entertainment will be there as well, so that is on Wednesday the 23rd of December. Mr. Speaker, I want to at the same time express my profound thank you to the entire Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ron Dublin Collins, Assistant Secretary, Directors, the entire staff, supervisors, and all of the workers in the ministry and department for their support over the last 9 months thereabout. Oh no, it's not 9 months, I'm jumping ahead of my time, it's about 6 months, from June of this year. Well, my thoughts were there since 9 months ago that I'll be the minister responsible for agriculture. Anyway, maybe that's why I'm thinking that way. So confident I was that I would get here, that I was already thinking from 9 months prior. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to say they have been a tower of strength to me, and of course I want to say that they have bought into what this administration has in store for agriculture for 2021. I believe the budget debate, this past budget debate, is an indication as to how serious we are about agriculture moving forward. Some may think otherwise, but I'm definitely pleased with the effort thus far, and I want to encourage them to continue to exert such effort into 2021. So by this time, so next year when I stand here, I can speak even more glowingly about our performance over 2021. And the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis will be so much better as a result. Mr. President, Speaker, as I always say, I will get tied up with President and Speaker from time to time because I'm privileged to serve in two houses, and that is why I believe that we have been voted to come into this particular house because of the effort in the Nevis Island Assembly, and thus I want to thank the good people of Nevis 11 for putting their trust and confidence in my representation here in the Federal Parliament. And I want to say to them that this debate, being the first for myself, was indeed a learning experience, and it is one that I can grow and develop further and ensure that the mandate that was given to me back on the 5th of June is one that I take seriously, and one that there will be some tremendous benefits over the next 5 years that they'll realize as a constituency. So I want to wish everyone in Nevis 11 Merry Christmas, safe and a healthy one, and also a prosperous and a productive 2021. We'll have some good times in Nevis 11, I'm sure, over the Christmas season, but we'll do that, as my colleague would have said, in moderation. But when people get together, you never can tell. Persons in the Federation do know how to have a wonderful time. But I want to reiterate that the protocols are still in place, and we'll have to abide by those. And of course, we want to be safe come 2021 and beyond. I want to say that there is a saying that I'm always guided by, that tough times don't last, but tough people do. Even though this has been a tough year, we're still here and giving God thanks for being here. And our toughness and resilience this year will spill over into 2021, and we'll get through next year through God's help and through God's grace. So I want to say, in wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, that it was indeed my pleasure being a part of this debate over the last 4 or 5 days. And it is one that I will certainly learn from moving forward. And I can say to you that this federation have certainly demonstrated innovation and resilience throughout this year. And it is on that premise that I do believe that we'll have an even more productive year next year. And I want to say that I will be the minister that I have set out to be, and that is one to make a difference in agriculture. And certainly, like I said before, we'll be all the better for it. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone in this parliament, my colleagues, the clerk and assistant clerk, you, Mr. Speaker, Sergeant at Arms, security, and all in the gallery, and those on the other side as well, a Merry Christmas. I can only put it that way, but it is what you'll make it when it's all said and done. So I hope you'll make it a good one. But let us all be back here next year at the first sitting. and it means then we would have survived the Christmas and festive season, and we're back here to contribute towards this Parliament and towards the development of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone have a safe and blessed Christmas. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Jeffers. I recognize the Honourable John L. Powell, St. Christopher 2.
Mr. Speaker, I to use the opportunity of the adjournment, with your leave, to rise and say a few words. It has been a proud moment for me to have participated in my very first budget debate here in the Parliament. I found it truly edifying, and look forward to doing this for many years to come. And in that respect, I'd like to say thank you to all of the members, the staff, the members of the gallery who have made this all possible, and to say to all a very Merry Christmas. As has been said before, as a Minister of Government, I am a servant of all of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and so I want to extend the best wishes for the festive season and 2021 to all of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Particularly, I'd like to say thank you to the members of the Ministries of Education, Youth, Sport and Culture for the good work that they've been doing despite the trying times. Thank them for the support that they've provided to me over the course of the last 6 months. As a new minister, it has really been invaluable, and look forward to working with all of them in the year 2021 and beyond. As the chairman of the People's Action Movement, I must extend special greetings of the season to the members and friends of PAM. We have had a good year politically, and I look forward to expanding and growing the People's Action Movement in 2021 under the good leadership of our political leader, the member for number 5, the Honourable Sean K. Richards. Similarly, extend the same greetings to our brothers and sisters in the CCM, and I expect them to grow, although I don't know if there are more seats for them to win, but for them to grow over in Nevis under the leadership of the member for number 9, the Honourable Mark Brantley, and obviously to our brothers and sisters in PLP. I look forward to continued collaboration and growth with them, and with the wider team unity under our leader, the Prime Minister, the member from number 7, Dr. Timothy Harris. I would also like to thank those who have given me the opportunity to be here, and that is the people of Central Bastia, constituency number 2. It has been a long time since I've had proper representation in Central Bastia. We've worked hard, and we are here. I am here to represent them. I thank them for giving me the opportunity. I wish them all of the best for the rest of 2020 and 2021. And I want them to know that this is their time now, that I have their back, and I will continue to have their backs in 2021 and all the years to come as I demonstrate leadership and the representation that they truly deserve in Central Bastille. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not, before I close, say something very quickly in terms of Carnival. This is a year when obviously we've not been able to have a physical Carnival, but the virtual Carnival that has been put on by our National Carnival Committee has been absolutely amazing. And so as we continue, we still do have a few more events, and I want to invite all to log on and tune in. Tonight we have the Icons show, where you'll have a celebration of past road marches. You have bands like the New Vibes Band, Small Acts, Grandmasters, core band from Nevis. On the 23rd, which I believe is Wednesday, we will have our Panorama, where you have a number of steel bands that will be competing from both St. Kitts and Nevis. And again, all these events will be live on Facebook and YouTube and ZIZ, and so I invite everybody to log on, feel the spirit. Even if you can't be there in person, you can still enjoy it from the comfort of your own home. And then again on the 29th, we have the Senior Calypso Finals. Same thing, log on and be a part of it. Even if you can't be there physically, be a part of it. And to all, 2020, yes, has been difficult, but nothing in life is perfect. And I have confidence that St. Kitts and Nevis will see a better 2021. That St. Kitts and Nevis will benefit from the leadership, the good leadership, the sterling leadership of this Team Unity administration under the leadership of Timothy Harris, and from the financial provisions that have been made by the bill that we've passed today, the budget. And I'm confident that St. Kitts and Nevis will continue to be number one and to strive from height to height. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable John L. Powell. I recognize the Honourable Lindsay Grant and Christopher Fore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I too rise on the adjournment just to make a very brief remarks, and would wish to begin on a note with my colleague from Nevis 11 what started, and that's to wish the Williams' family in Old Road all the very best. That family has been close to me for a number of years, and Clovis Williams, the youngster who went out to sea on Saturday, and as of now is still missing. And so my heart and my prayers really go out to his mother Doris and his sister Chelsea and his brother Sil and all the members of the family who are hoping that he will return after the valiant attempts by the Coast Guard over the last couple of days to try to see if they can find him. And so in that part of the vineyard in Old Road and its immediate environment, we are still hopeful that by some miracle he will be found. So I hold up the Williams' families in my prayers as we go through this Christmas season. Obviously it's going to be a torrid one for them if they would have lost their loved one. I want also, Mr. Speaker, to send condolences to the Hensley family, who happened to bury the matriarch of the family this afternoon, and I would have left the precincts of this honorable house to briefly attend that funeral sometime this afternoon. Their mother, Maisie Hensley, who would have passed sometime before, would have been laid to rest this afternoon. So I give that family to my sincere condolences for the loss they would have suffered. And finally, in that regard, Mr. Speaker, is to the family of Des. And Des is one of those characters in Old Road. He, at the time of his passing on Sunday, he was the drain cleaner for the Station Street and Wingfield Road areas. And so to his family too, I want to express my my condolences. I want to wish the entire Honorable House here this evening a very Merry Christmas. All my colleagues and the members opposite and their families, all the very best for the Christmas season that is upon us and the new year that's to come. And also, Mr. Speaker, those who may not speak, but whose presence here is immeasurable, and whom without them, I suspect we won't exist. So you, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Clerk, the stenographer, the police officers, the media who are here day after day, other support staff. Without them, the House would be meaningless. And so I want to wish all of them a very Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous New Year when it comes 2021. I want to wish my staff at the Ministry of Tourism and Transport and Ports, my hard-working Permanent Secretary, Ms. Carleen Henry Morton, and her team, the Chief Executive Officer of the Tourism Authority, Ms. Raquel Brown, and her team, the members of the St. Kitts Tourism Authorities, CASPER, and the Frigate Bay Development, all who have worked tirelessly this year under, as we know, very, very trying circumstances. And 2020 was dubbed to be such a great year. It started out as such, but it has been one which I'm certain a lot of us don't even want to remember. I want to also, Mr. Speaker, take the opportunity, as I usually do my Christmas matters very early in the season. I would have done my elderly luncheon to over some 300 elderly persons in the community. Very, very different this year, obviously. We carried the lunches to them rather than them coming to a party, so it's very, very different, but very well received. Also, our children's party, our Santa Kate came out very well over a week ago. And I want to wish those who have been a part of my breakfast program at the Terrell Williams Primary, a program, Mr. Speaker, that I run every single day when school is open from Monday to Friday, and we produce breakfast for over 100 young children every day. And it's a program I'm very proud of. Thousands of breakfasts we've produced over the years. And that program, whether I am here or not here, Mr. Speaker, I intend that program to be carried on. It was not initially my idea. It came from a parent who saw the need and and asked if whether I could contribute, and it has now turned out to be what it is, which is a breakfast program for hundreds of children every day from Monday to Friday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish the people of Constituency number 4, the people of New Guinea, the people of Halfway Tree, the people of Godwin Gut, the people of Conyers, Lamberts, Middle Island, the people of Virchiles, the people of Old Road, and the people of Challengers, who have yet again, June the 5th, 2020, reposed their trust and their confidence in me to be here in this honorable house to represent them. And I take that representation with all the seriousness that it deserves, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was listening to my colleagues, 2 or 3, maybe 4 of them, who spoke to their being here in history-making circumstances. And I didn't pay it any mind, but they went at length and the breadth of this honorable house to indicate to them their history-making positions. But I didn't say my history, which would have been the first time that in every single box I beat my opponent. Every single box. the gift that the leader of the opposition gave to me. And I told him that at a bar that I met him for, I think 2 or 3 Christmases before. I said, Doctor, thank you for the gift you gave me. This Christmas. I said, that Christmas gift you gave me with that person you sent to run against me. But in any event, whoever comes will get thrashed. And I want to say again, that is the most votes any representative in number 4 on either side of the divide has ever gotten. 351 ahead of the other one. So history, number 11. Yeah, man. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by really thanking those who would have supported me, not only just recently, but over the length of my political career. And I don't like to call names, because when you call names, you forget people, and then when you come out of Parliament, somebody ring my phone and say, how come you ain't call me name? But I want to just single out some people who have really been instrumental in the victory of in June the 5th, and who continue to be a part of the process. I mean, people like Dottie, people like Meadow, people like Chelsea, Merle, Lorraine, people like Del Rose, people like Cherise, Austin, Azad, Spadaro, people like Mary and Latoya, Shomel, people like Gloria and Mandy, Michael and Lottie, and whoever bet. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just single out those persons for the moment, because, you know, sometimes people feel that it is the politicians and the persons who are the representatives. Really and truly, it is the people who support you through thick and thin, and who are there to hold you up in the days when you are down. And so I want to thank my community, thank those persons who continue to repose their trust and their confidence to ensure that I come here and make proper representation for them. And so once again, I want to wish everyone within the precincts of this honorable house a very Merry Christmas and a better 2021, because 2020 has been a real challenge. And to those on the outside listening, whether in the diaspora or beyond, a very Merry Christmas as we bring the proceedings to this honorable house to a close. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Lindsay Grant, member for St. Christopher 4. It crossed my mind when you mentioned of history being made, and you mentioned the fact that you thanked I believe it was the Honourable Member for number 6 for some gift that he gave you. Whether that would have invoked a point of order on the adjournment, that would have been historic, because he could have said you never told him that, and I would have had to allow him to have his say. But anyway, that part of history was not made. There was no point of order to that point. Next presenter, I recognize the Honourable Wendy Phipps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of State.
I know that the hour is late and most of us are dying to get home, so I will be brief. First of all, I would wish to join with the voices that have preceded mine in extending sincere Christmas and New Year's greetings to everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis, the people who work with us in the Parliament, the regulars in the gallery, the citizens that we have in the diaspora, to wish them all the very best for 2021, acknowledging, of course, that 2020 was an unprecedented year that has tested the fortitude and the wit and the intellect and the ability to be resilient for most of us, because the pandemic is not a respecter of persons. But I join with the Honourable Minister of Health in ensuring that we keep to the gains that we have made in terms of social distancing, hand sanitizing, and also the wearing of masks, which is important, and that we follow through until otherwise, in terms of reinforcements that may come from vaccines that are efficacious, that we hold on to these non-pharmaceutical measures as the main way in which we can protect ourselves and protect others. Now, before I take my seat, I wanted to use this opportunity to extend condolences to two families. One being a family in Old Road, part of my Catholic family from the parish of St. Joseph and by extension Sacred Heart in Sandy Point. And that goes out to the family of Miss Yvonne Tudor, also known as Miss Coker, from the old police station street in Old Road, who would have died on Saturday. We pray for the happy repose of her soul. I also at this point would like to extend condolences on behalf of the people of Sandy Point and on behalf of the People's Action Movement to the family of Miss Mildred Lake, better known to us in Sandy Point as Millie Brooks, also known to us as Radio Antilles when I was a child growing up. Miss Brooks, Millie Brooks, would have been temporarily in the U.S. with her son, Mr. Kenrick Clifton, who is a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, a former boss of mine from when I would have had a short stint at tourism as the acting public relations manager. His sister, Violet Clifton, would have also taught math at Sandy Point High School. I think she was the math teacher for our Deputy Prime Minister and the Honourable Representative for number 5. So we do extend sincere condolences to that family. If I'm not mistaken, I think she would have also been the mother of the late Mr. Gary Edwards, who formerly worked at the Inland Revenue Department. So we do extend sincere condolences to that family on Miss Brooks' passing, and trust that they will be comforted even at this difficult time when Christmas is an opportunity for people to get together rather than having to say goodbye to those that we love. So with those few words, I would like to take my seat and just wish us all a safe Christmas. As the Honourable Minister, Evelyn, would have noted, we are asking you to do everything in moderation this Christmas. COVID is here with us. HIV/AIDS is still here with us. So we still have to remember that while we're in the throes of our revelry and our libations, that we remember to drink responsibly, not drink and drive, but also safeguard our sexual health and not make mistakes that will cost us dearly in the future. So again, I wish us all best wishes for Christmas and the New Year 2021.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Minister of State. I now recognize the Honourable Senator on the government benches, Dr. Bernice Nisbet.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to extend my season's greetings to the medical fraternity, especially the nurses and staff at the Paxson Medical Center, whom I work closely with, and my nurses at the St. Paul's and Diekbe Health Center. I would also like to extend greetings to the members of number 6 who I'm working closely with, who are in the gallery. I extend my Christmas greetings to you. at the persons in the constituency number 6 at large. I would also like to extend my greetings to the members of cabinet, especially the members of cabinet, and to the Ambassador Kevin Williams and Ambassador Ian Patches-Liebert and Ambassador Vance Amory. I just would like to extend my sincere season greetings.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, Mr. Mark Bank.
Mr. Speaker, good evening. It has grown late and I shan't be long. I rise, however, as the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement and the proud representative of the people of number 9 to join in the chorus of salutations for this Christmas season. It has been an extremely difficult year. I think all of us have said that and all of us have felt that. In fact, while we are here in the Parliament, we have just got news that Grenada has now reintroduced a curfew from 8 to 5 for 2 weeks. And that just perhaps crystallizes for all of us the danger that we still face in relation to this COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to join certainly with the good member for number 3, our Minister of Health, and all the others who have spoken, to continue to admonish our people to do the right thing. This is a season when we know people drink and engage in some mirth and merriment. And it is my hope that in all of that we remember to practice all the things that we've been taught. This physical distancing, the coughing or sneezing into one's elbow, the frequent hand washing with soap and water or hand sanitizer, and of course the wearing of a mask. We do not want, of course, to go down the road that we see now Grenada has been forced to go down. And so I appeal to our people. They say when your neighbor's house is on fire with your own. And so we must try our very best to avoid those pitfalls. Mr. Speaker, I believe this has been an historic budget. It has been an historic time. We have had, by my tally, 5 new members in this House. 5 new members who have come, 1 female, I think, and the other 4 being males. And the House now has a nice mixture, as I said, of youth. It has a nice mixture in terms of gender. And it brings, I believe, varied disciplines and varied approaches to what we are embarking upon here. The budget process is always a good process. I've been here for 14 years. This is my 14th budget. And I take the opportunity to thank the good people of number 9 who have persevered with me. Because, Mr. Speaker, when they first sent me here, they sent me by a majority of 30 votes. That was in 2007. Unlike all of my colleagues on this side, who have the privilege of starting their political and parliamentary career on this side, I spent a lot of lonely years on that side. And that is why I plan not to go back over there. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded by number 5 that he was over there longer than me. Well, that is up to him. I don't want to go back over there. Okay, he says he's not going back either. So that's good. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to thank the good people of number 9. They sent me here initially with a margin of only 30 votes. They have sent me on the last occasion with a margin of 534 votes. It suggests to me that I'm moving in the right direction. And not only am I moving in the right direction, but my party, the party that I'm privileged to lead at this point in time, is moving in the right direction. Because on the 5th of June, we swept all the seats that were available on the island of Nevis. In fact, it is my regret that more seats were not in Nevis so that we could win those 2. But they only gave us 3 so far. And so until those are increased, and we can sweep more than 3, we will continue to take the 3 that are on offer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to be here. I want to thank all of my colleagues on this side of the House. Wish them and their families all the very best for Christmas. I want to thank all of my fellow parliamentarians on the opposite side of the aisle and wish them and their families all the very best for the season. I want to convey the same sentiments to you, Mr. Speaker, to you and your family, to our clerk, to our deputy clerk, to our sergeant at arms, to all the members of the media, the members of the gallery, and all of those who really make what we do here possible. I really feel privileged at this stage in my life to be here in the Parliament and to have this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to speak on behalf not only of the people of Number 9 in Nevis, the good people of St. Paul's and St. John's, but also the people of Nevis and the wider Federation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish one and all of you, all the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, those who are privileged to work here, those who are privileged to live here, those who are privileged to be citizens here, those at home and those abroad, I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year when it comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for Nevis 9. And I now recognize the Honourable Prime Minister to do his wrap-up to the, his reply to all that has been said so far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in the chorus of season's greetings which have been extended by members of the Parliament on this occasion with the Christmas Day, as it were, imminently to come. And really, as we look at 2020, we marvel how fortunate we the people of St. Kitts and Nevis have been. And though it has been a remarkable, challenging year, it has been a good year, because we are still here to tell the tale. The goodness of God has been with the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And the challenges of the year so far have only served to reinforce our knowledge, our understanding and appreciation to the higher calling and the higher power. And I hope that the COVID, for all the bad things he would have done, has done a good thing in reminding us that God is still in control. And as we look forward to Christmas, with so many things which we can't do, certainly we can remember and live the true meaning of Christmas. And while there has been call for moderation in terms of what we will do at this Christmas and beyond, I call for lavishness in our praise to the Almighty that we are still alive. When we looked at over and consider that over 1 million people across the world would have lost their lives, we marvel again at the goodness of God and the fact that he sent his Son to deliver, to save, to help us to get to where we should go in the end. The lavishness to which I speak has nothing to do with drink and merriment associated with carnival. But I speak that we should be lavish in our giving of love and service on behalf of our fellow men, learning and living the example of the Christ child, who everywhere he went about doing good. This Christmas, we must reflect not only on the goodness of God, but we must reflect on the goodness of our giving to people. Those who do not have an opportunity for a meal, we remember to give them something. Those who are without father, we stand in the stead of that absent or imprisoned father to provide love and care to all who are in our midst, in our neighborhoods, etc. Christmas, for a very long time, has been about giving, and there's a scriptural basis for it. For when the wise men went about looking for the Christ child, they came a-bearing the gifts. Several gifts, spice, incense, and what else, Wendy? Myrrh, and all of those things. So this giving at Christmas really is deeply rooted. The best gift we can give them at Christmas is the gift of consideration for one another. And I want to commend lavishness in that particular consideration. I want also to thank and to extend all the very best for a wonderful Christmas to so many people throughout the length and breadth of St. Kitts and Nevis who have been so wonderfully good to me, to my families, to my constituency, and to all of us. I want to thank His Excellency, the Governor General, Sir Tapley Season, for being always ready to listen, to hear, to advise, and to counsel, and to say how much I cherish the relationship that we have developed over the years, long before I had the opportunity to serve as Prime Minister, and he had the opportunity, His Excellency had the opportunity to serve as Governor General. We had a very amicable relationship, and I want to thank him again for serving the country so faithfully and so well, and for giving to me as Prime Minister and to giving to the government the best of advice and support. I should say that some of the initiatives that found the way in the budget came and his advice and encouragement, support for the museum, for example, support for the Batra Museum at Fort Lands, apart from the National Museum and Trust, the airport. All these were some of his suggestions and ideas, because he is a citizen so steeped in history and so much appreciative of the good work of all of our citizens. To you, Mr. Speaker, and to the staff that serve the Parliament, the staff that serves the Parliament so faithfully and well, I want to extend my most sincere wishes for a wonderful Christmas, with all the proviso that you be lavish, not in the parties, but in giving the praises due to the Almighty God. I, of course, in that regard, have to especially thank your two loyal and devoted assistants, if I may put it that way, in Mrs. Sonia Thompson and Miss Trevelyn Stapleton, who have been serving as clerk and deputy clerk of the House. And for the last several months, you have been most ably assisted by Dr. Bernicia Nisbet, our Deputy Speaker. And I want to, of course, commend you for giving her excellent training and preparation by allowing her the opportunity, even at this her first budget sitting, to preside over several portions of this sitting of the Parliament. I want to commend you for being so gracious. Those from the national security, the police officers, who come every Parliament to provide protection and support to the effort of the parliamentary system, we want to commend. We have Sergeant Boone, who is here, and we want to commend him and all the other officers who are in service. It is part of the standard of the Westminster model that at the Parliament must stand protected. It must never be compromised. And we have carried some of these tradition, the mace, and all of those things, which stands for the House being in order, and that things are moving appropriately. So we want to commend them. It has at times being very long for the security forces, as it has been for the stenographer and all others from GIS who give support to this system and allow the democracy to flourish by ensuring live coverage in full of parliamentary sessions. I was surprised to learn that St. Kitts is one of the few countries that carry live on TV and on radio the full sitting of the Parliament. And so this is a very good thing in which we are engaged. And as I commend and extend seasoned greetings to the security forces here, I want in particular to thank Sergeant Gleneva Shaw, who is the operational head of the security details attached to the office of the Prime Minister. She has been very efficient, and I am fully satisfied with her contribution. And so, Sergeant Shaw, I extend to you and your family all the very best wishes for the Christmas season. I, of course, will not forget my parliamentary colleagues and to thank them graciously for their support over the life of the Team Unity administration and for their contribution that they are making, each one of them, to delivering the stronger and safer future. So I wish them, I wish their families, I wish their loved ones all the best, and thank you for serving in this administration. I equally want to thank the members opposite for their service to the people of the country. We have not always agreed, and we will not always agree. But we certainly, and I certainly wish them, as I do every citizen and resident in St. Kitts and Nevis, all the very best for 2020. And just encourage our people to think positive things. Think positive things, because I am confident that God is with us. Mr. Speaker, without the presence of members in the gallery, the Parliament can be very boring. And so I want to commend the members who are here today in the gallery. Some of them, like Madge, Messina, Percival, you may have gotten it right, Joan, Mitchum, they have never missed a session of the Parliament. This makes the Parliament really the people's Parliament by the deep and enduring involvement of our citizens in it. So I single out those well-known too. They have come like sisters for coming to the Parliament so regularly and showing us and reminding us that Parliament must be an instrument for the advancement of the freedoms of the people in St. Kitts and Nevis. Today, I also want to thank especially dearly my very good friends from St. Christopher number 6, who have come out today to give support to the government and the government's agenda. I want to thank them deeply for being part of the expanding brand of the PLP in number 6, and to say we will work together to deliver the stronger and safer future for the people of St. Christopher 6, Harris's, Sadler's, Lavington, Hoxton's, Parsons, Deerby, St. Paul's, at Newton Grove. We shall always remember you and work with you. So I want to say thank you. You know who you are. You have been there in battle, and you did an excellent job leading up to the general elections of 2020, so I shall always remember you. When the Deputy Prime Minister and I presented ourselves after the election had been called to present now Ambassador Kevin Williams, I said to you that I shall record your names and I shall remember you. So I shall always remember Tracy and Vernine and Miss Haynes and Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Daniel and all of you who were part of that initial burst of life and energy that led to a 16% shift in popular support against the member for number 6. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and we shall get there with your hard work. So don't give up. I am there with you. I am there with you every step of the way, and we shall win on behalf of the people of number 6 and the country. Let me also mention, because their birthday was just the other day, a good champion, Mr. Capital, and his neighbor to Mr. Weeks. I want to thank them. I equally want to thank Marsha Lewis, who has been a frequent member to this parliament, and now and again she would get Janice to come. She's a little timid, but she's growing. And of course, our good friend, who is here, Sanchez. We want to thank you, and we hope that you'll be more regular. Of course, I want to recognize too one of our entertainers, former entertainers in Mark the First, who is here. So it's been a pleasure really having you both. The final thing I wish to say, that it has been a spectacularly privileged opportunity for me. A poor boy, born to a Nevisian father who hails from Cotton Grove, and a Kittitian mother who hails from Tabernacle, to rise to the highest political status in government as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. A country that I love with all my heart and will always love. A country to whom I pledge my soul allegiance, not just now, forever. A country which I would like to see, as I said in the campaign, become the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden, spiritual, but in reality, the Garden of Eden, because the St. Kitts and Nevis, which we now lead on the people's behalf, must allow for each and every citizen and resident to find a source of self-fulfillment and self-actualization eventually. That is why there was a special place in my heart for the young men and young women who were being traumatized, terrorized by crime. And I took up the mantle to say that boldly we will provide an alternative to them. And I never wavered in the strongest support we have given. Even when persons doubted, I know that it was the right thing to do. And the vindication has come. The peace dividend has been provided of the last couple of years. Because of how I grew up, back of the land in Tabernacle, as it were, grandfather a farmer, I understand the plight of the farmers and fisher folks. For my grandfather was a farmer. My grandmother's sister husband was a fisherman, and of course connected deeply to the people of St. Paul's, the Pringles in Gateway and St. Paul's. So it's a long story of a very fortunate journey to mark with a lot of challenges, a lot of difficulties, that we the people of St. Kitts, full of resilience, can rise. I never anticipated that a poor boy from Tabernacle would become the elected member of the people of Number 7. And for 27 years, the people of Number 7 have stood by me. So to all of you from the bottom of my heart, Merry, Merry Christmas 27 times and over. You know I love you. I want to especially remember those who have been working under the COVID norms and protocols to put into place our constituency parties. We have had about 8 such, and tomorrow we are to complete with another 2. Tabernacle, my own hometown, Bellevue, I think it was. Bellevue was today, so it'll be Tabernacle and Molyneux, which should be hosting. And we hope that everyone will go out, the adults would wear the mask. We have created new excitement in the way in which we are doing it. I want to thank the organizers of the constituency branch for being able this year to have provided food hampers to hundreds of persons in the constituency and to have provided the usual deliveries of hams and turkeys to some of the people in Number 7. So from my heart of love to your heart of love, Merry Christmas. And before I forget, I want to extend it to all who are in employ of the government, but in particular those in my ministries, finance, sustainable development, the office of the Prime Minister, people's empowerment, information, etc., etc., to wish you and your families all the very best. And of course, from time to time, someone helps when you're down, when you are discouraged. I want to commend Granny, who is here, who has been one of those persons, very blunt, very abrupt when he's ready, who would call and say, Prime Minister, you're doing a very, very good job. You could count on me, I'm going to call you, because you are doing a very, very good job. So Granny is so proud of you. And I want to thank you and wish you and your family. But equally, I should tell you that I admire the way you have been collaborating with the police on their various shows. You have been very helpful, very constructive, particularly in encouraging those drivers to follow the protocols and the rules. So I want to commend you. It takes a lot of leadership and courage for you sometimes to stand apart. So I commend you and those like you who during the seasons would lead by example. The chauffeur of the buses must wear their masks. The passengers must wear their masks unless there's an overriding health reason why they can't do the masking. So thank you for that leadership. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to all the people, all the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, and especially the prayer warriors for our country, I extend from the bottom of my heart again all my love, all my good wishes, and to pray that our country will move from strength to strength. May it please you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister and the last member to present on the adjournment. Honourable members, I would have asked the Deputy Speaker to begin the session this morning on account of the fact that I would have wanted to pay my last respect to a friend of mine who would have passed and was laid to rest this morning, classmate, Mr. Merrill Carbon, and I at this time would want to offer my condolences to his family and friends on Nevis. Of course, most of you probably would not know him, but Merrill was a physics teacher at the Charleston Secondary School for many years. And like I said, we were classmates throughout fifth form. So I, again, would take the opportunity to offer my condolences to his family. Setting aside that sad note, the Honourable Prime Minister would have thanked all those who I had on my list to thank, and so I would thank them also. I would just like to, however, mention some of the other support staff in the persons of Miss Kayla Weeks, and these are the persons who feed us each time we meet and take care of us in the Parliamentary Lounge, and so I would thank them, Miss Kayla Weeks, Lady Vanessa, Lady Jean, and all the other, and Richie, I know him as Richie. I think, I'm sorry? Yes, Lady Jean, I know as Jean, yeah, Lady Jean, yes. So I want to thank them for their support in that particular area. Honourable members, I would want on my own behalf and on behalf of my immediate family, my wife Linda, my two sons Rahim and Dimitri, who I have not seen in over a year, thankfully to COVID, thanks to COVID rather, on all of our behalf. I wish to extend to all who are under the sound of my voice, all the best for the season and for the new year when it comes, and to end by saying, let us stay safe, let us stay healthy, because if it's one thing I am certain of, once there's life, there's hope. Did we have a time to which we'll adjourn to? Was it sine die? You did propose that, yes. I'll put the question. The question is that this Honourable House stands adjourned sine die. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House stands adjourned sine die.